Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rektor of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Board Member of Universitas Negeri Makassar, and all invited speakers. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Rektor dan para jajarannya beserta para invited speakers. Kita saksikan pengalungan kain sutra. Silk sarung from Bugis is a symbol for prosperity. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Rektor Universitas Negeri Makassar dan para jajarannya beserta para invited speaker. Welcome to the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023. As a warm welcome, we proudly present a traditional dance, Tari Patenung. That was a welcoming performance from the Faculty of Arts and Design, Universitas Negeri Makassar, advised by Dr. Syahruni, SPD, MSN. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, represented by Vice Rector for General Affairs and Finance, Professor Dr. Karjayadi. The Honorable all invited speakers, Professor Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University, Japan, Professor Morita Horoyuki from Toyama, Japan, Associate Professor Stephen Francis Burns from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Dr. Pawida Rungsi from Maejo University, Thailand, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad from University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia, Professor PhD from University Makassar, Indonesia, and Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan from Sokoto State University, Nigeria. The Honorable Chairman of this Natalis Universitas Negeri Makassar, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Yahya MKes MN IPU ASEAN Engineering. The Honorable all Vice Rectors, all Dean and Director of the Graduate School, all Vice Deans and Vice Director of the Graduate Schools, all Head of Center in Universitas Negeri Makassar, all bureau chiefs, all head departments, secretary of departments, head of study program, and head of laboratory in Universitas Negeri Makassar, the Honorable all participants joining our event today, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's Mars of Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Universitas Negeri Makassar, berilmu pengetahuan, bina sumber daya manusia, pribadi yang tampil berbakti, berdasar teguh pada Pancasila, tuturi harunya nyanyi, ilmu dan iman amat mulia untuk bangsa Indonesia. Sivitas akademika, berpikiran bersama, wujudkan citra pusat budaya, mengabdi demi negeri dan Universitas Negeri Makassar, alma mater yang sejati, akan terberdiri sanubari, jayalah selamanya.
Please be seated. For the success of this event, we would like to invite all of you to pray together based on your own religion. May this conference run smoothly and can be beneficial for all of us. Praying start. Thank you. Chairman report of the 62nd anniversary of Universitas Negeri Makassar. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Yahya MKes MN IPU ASEAN Engineering.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Rektor Universitas Negeri Makassar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Hussein Sam MTP IPU ASEAN Engineer. Today, he is represented by Vice Rector for Administration and Finance, Profesor Kartajayadi, MSN. All the Vice Rector, all the deans of the heads of the institute, all the broad hands and other leadership ranks, all professors, lecturers, students, and participants the conference. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all invited speakers. Professor Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University, Japan. Professor Morita Hiroyuki from Toyama University, Japan. Associate Professor Stephen Francis Burns, Nanyang Technological University from Singapore. Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasirun Hasan, Skoto State University, Nigeria. Dr. Fawida Rungsi, Major University from Thailand. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Saki Ahmad, University Utara Malaysia from Malaysia. Professor Yasser Abdul Jawad, PhD from State University of Makassar. Their invited speaker, distinguished guests and participants of the International Conference of Sciences, Technology, and Education 2023, with the topic of strengthening innovation through research collaborations. Universitas Negeri Makassar is very pleased to host this conference in Makassar. Welcome to UNM campus, welcome to Makassar City. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Rector Universitas Negeri Makassar for supporting this conference. Also, I would like to recognize our invite speakers for their contribution in this event. As the chairman of the 62nd anniversary of Universitas Negeri Makassar, I would like to take this opportunity to thank chair and member of the conference committee for their work committed to make the conference possible. On this occasion, I will talk briefly about event. The conference is a part of the spiral event to celebrate the 62nd anniversary of Universitas Negeri Makassar. The committed step to practice by inviting distinguished speakers who are expected their fellows. We have 7 keynote speakers from 6 different countries: Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Nigeria, and Indonesia. Furthermore, in impact of e-conference is also ensured through the speed of author or presence who not only come from different parts of Indonesia, but also from other countries. In total, there are 157 presenters. There are 157 presenters for the oral presentation. They are from 14 different institutions: Universitas Negeri Makassar, Politeknik Negeri Ujung Pandang, STIKIP YPP Makassar, Institut Teknologi and Bisnis Nobel Indonesia, UPT SPF SMP Negeri 7 Makassar, Institut Teknologi dan Bisnis Nobel Indonesia Makassar, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Universitas Halulio Kendari, Universitas Gajah Mada, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Universitas Pajajaran Bandung, Hiroshima University Japan, School of International Studies, University Utara Malaysia UM. Also, there are more than 357 participants, online and offline, represent student, teacher, university, lecturer, and researchers. Before I close this short report, let me request to Rector of UNM to deliver his opening speech on auspically of our conference. Finally, I would like to congratulate our researchers, educators, and students for being here with us and enjoy conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the coordinator of this Natalis Universitas Negeri Makassar. It is our honor to have the Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, represented by Vice Rector for General Affairs and Finance, to officially open our international conference and also to deliver a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Kartajayadi MSN.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good morning for all. Thank you very much for all special guests from overseas in here to attend in International Conference Science, Technology and Education. The first, may apologize because my counselor for not being able to attend with all of us. The council right now attended an event in Jakarta that have been previously scheduled. So, Rector say hello for all. special for guest speakers today, this morning. The Honorable Vice Rectors, Deans, Director of Postgraduate Program, and the High Official of State University of Makassar. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to welcome to invite speakers, Professor Kenji, Biotechnology from Hiroshima University, Japan. Thank you. I hope you don't mind if all of the special speaker, I mention your name because this is my styles in Indonesia. The second, I would also like to welcome the invited speaker for Professor Hiroyuki from University of Toyama, Japan. Thank you very much. And Associate Professor Champon Angkananon, Politics and Government, Major University, Thailand. Welcome for Indonesia. Last month, I went to Thailand, accompany our rectors as manager team sepak takraw in Skins Cup in Korat, City Korat, and Naklon Rakasima area. Yeah. And then Associate Professor Muhammad Nasiru Hasan, STEAM Education, Sokoto State University, Nigeria. Maybe join with us by Zoom. Thank you very much, Prof. Muhammad Nasirun Hasan, State University, Sokoto, Nigeria. And then Professor Muhammad Saki Ahmad, it is my neighbor, the good neighbor to Indonesia. From University Utara Malaysia. Thank you so much. And then the special one, the Singaporean, Professor Stephen Francis Burus, Physical Education, Sport Center, Sport Science, and Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me a chance to read rector address today. I just read my address from our rector. It is great pleasure for me to attend to you all a very warm welcome, especially for the speakers who accepted my invitation. This conference is part of Dies Natalis UNM 462 and a success in bringing distinguished speakers not only from Indonesia but also from Japan, Thailand, Nigeria, Malaysia, and then Indonesia. Professor Yasir Jawad, from Indonesia, and especially from Makassar State University. In line with the theme of this conference, I hope it will succeed in providing valuable knowledge not only about natural science, sports science, mathematics, technology, and then health, but also about art and humanities, psychology, economy, and science, social science. So, the outcomes of the conference can be implemented by the participants for a better world. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I also expect that this conference can be a starting point for future collaboration among researchers, lecturers, and students for those various institutions. And I would like to express my sincerely appreciation to all of the committee members who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of the conference. As director of UNM, I will open this International Conference of Science, Technology, and Education 2023 officially by open by together say Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me close by wishing you all very enjoyable discussion. Director of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Hussein Sam, MTP, IPU ASEAN Engineer. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the Vice Rector for General Affairs and Finance for officially open our international conference today. And before we proceed to the next agenda, I would like to invite for a photo session Director of Universitas Negeri Makassar, represented by the Vice Rector for General Affairs, and I would also like to invite all invited speakers to come to the stage for a photo session, and also all high officials of Universitas Negeri Makassar. Please come to the stage for photo session. We would like to invite all invited speakers, Chairman of these Natalis, all Vice Rectors, all Dean and Director of the Graduate School, all Vice Dean, Vice Director, Chair of Center in Universitas Negeri Makassar. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023. Thank you very much for your attention. We will have 50 minutes tea break. Please enjoy your snack and enjoy your time in our conference. Thank you very much for Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar and also high officials of Universitas Negeri Makassar for attending the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023 under the theme Strengthening Sustainable Innovation through Research Collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now having a tea break. Please enjoy the snack that already provided for you by the committee. And after the tea break, we will start the first session of invited speaker. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the first session of invited speaker. Before we start, I would like to invite the participants to sit in the front line of the seat. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kami mengundang peserta yang duduk di bagian belakang untuk mengisi kursi yang masih kosong di bagian depan. Sebelum acara dimulai, kami undang para peserta yang duduk di belakang untuk mengisi kursi di depan yang masih kosong. Terima kasih.
Ya, silakan para peserta yang di belakang bisa maju ke depan untuk kita isi bangku yang masih kosong karena sebentar lagi kita akan memulai acara invited speaker di sesi pertama. Silakan Bapak Ibu mahasiswa di depan masih kosong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon start the first session of invited speaker session. For our convenience, please set your phone to silent mode. Sudah siap? Sudah siap? Prof. Oslan sudah siap? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the invited speakers session 1 of the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023 under the theme Strengthening Sustainable Innovation Toward Research Collaboration. Invited speaker session 1, Professor Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University, Japan, Professor Morita Horoyuki from University of Toyama, Japan, and Associate Professor Stephen Francis Burns from Nanyang Technological University. Would like to invite all the invited speaker for the session 1 to come to the stage. Please give a warm welcome to all our invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the moderator for the first session today, Professor Oslan Jumadi, MPhil PhD. He is a lecturer from Department of Biology, Universitas Negeri Makassar. And without further ado, let me hand over the session to the moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. Thank you very much for our MC to allow me for lead this first session of the International Conference Sciences, Education and Technology 2023. Welcome everyone for this session. I'm Oslan Jubadi, and this conference is a part of celebrating of Universitas Negeri Makassar anniversary, 62nd. Okay, well, at this session we have three distinguished speakers. As already mentioned before, we have Professor Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University. We have Professor Hiroyuki Morita from Toyama University and Prof. Stephen Wan from Nanyang, Singapore University. So at this session, we have time around 90 minutes. So every distinguished speaker will present around 30 minutes of recent research. Yes, and then maybe before I let first speaker, Professor Kenji Arakawa, I will introduce a little bit about his curriculum vitae. Please, if committee, maybe for the CV of Arakawa Sensei, you can see that Professor Kenji Arakawa, his research interests in biosynthesis of natural product, biotechnology area, and recently his research about discovery of bioactive molecule from actinomycetes in a wide variety of bioresources. Prof. Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University has collaborated with Universitas Negeri Makassar from 2019 maybe, yeah, 19, to explore kind of microbe actinomycetes. So please, Professor Arakawa, to present 30 minutes, and then after all distinguished presenter give a talk, so we move to session question and answer. Yeah, until 11:30. Okay, please, time is yours. Please, committee, Pak Ustaz. The PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I-
And
next.
next, just next.
There is a pointer.
Point.
No.
No. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Pointer. Okay. Go. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, nice to meet you. So I'm Kenji Arakawa from Hiroshima University. So I would like to thank all organizers in this international conferences. So today, so I will talk about exploring extensive utilization of microorganisms through the various genome mining approaches for sustainable bioactive natural product diversity. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I just a brief introduction of Hiroshima. So Hiroshima is located on western side of Japan. So 800 kilometers away from Tokyo. So Hiroshima city is big city, but in our campus, so Higashi Hiroshima, Eastern Hiroshima. So 30 kilometers away from main Hiroshima city. But anyway, so if you have a chance to come to Hiroshima, so please come to our campus. Yeah. Okay, next please. Next, please. Next slide, please.
Next, please.
Next, please. Okay. at first, I will talk about actinobacteria. So actinobacteria is a soil-dwelling gram-positive bacteria. So it's an important role with bioremediation and the material cycle in the global ecosystems. So one of the unique feature and distinctive feature in actinobacteria is the third property. So as I show in red color, so ability to produce a wide variety of secondary metabolites, including antibiotics. So 2/3 of the microbial antibiotics are produced by actinomycetes. Next, please. Okay, here I show the example of the secondary metabolites produced by actinobacteria. So, for example, so top left was streptomycin. Streptomycin is first discovered antibiotics in nature. So this compound was found by Professor Selman Waxman. So he awarded a Nobel Prize for Physiology of Medicine in 1945. So and as a compound is also a bioactive compound, including anti-cancer activity and immunosuppressant activity and some treatment for infectional diseases. So these various bioactive metabolites are isolated from the microorganism, especially from the actinobacteria. Next, please. Here I show the Professor Satoshi Omura. So he found avermectin in Streptomyces avermicillus. Then so he modified the compound as shown in this slide, ivermectin. So this is collaborated with Merck company. So this compound is important factor for pesticide. Then so finally, so he awarded Nobel Prize in Physiology of Medicine in 2015. Okay, next please. Here I show the group photo of the New Year party in 2016. So we celebrated his Nobel Prize in Physiology of Medicine in a group of the Society of Actinomycetes Japan. So the bottom left side is a picture with my students. So left lady is Dr. Yoshi Nindita. She is Indonesian and she got a PhD degree in my laboratory. So, okay, so next please. Okay, I will briefly introduce our research interest in our laboratory. So our group focuses on biosynthetic machinery and biosynthetic redesign in secondary metabolites to modify the chemical structure to improve the antimicrobial activity or some bioactivity. And the second topic is I will focus on signal molecule dependent regulatory cascade to improve the titer of the secondary metabolic production. And the third one is activation of silent secondary metabolite biosynthetic cluster pathway. So it is called as a genome mining. So, and the fourth one, we interdisciplinary combination, including the computational simulation and X-ray crystallography. And we also focus on natural product discovery and some integrated analysis. Okay, next please. So our group focus on this strain, Streptomyces rosei 7434N4. This strain produces two structurally unrelated polyketide antibiotics, rancacidin and rancamycin. This biosynthetic cluster located on the giant linear plasmid, as shown here. So, and it is noteworthy that their regulatory genes are also encoded on this plasmid, as shown as a green color, green boxes. So today, so I will talk about two topics. Next, please. Okay, this is a regulated cascade for antibody production in state method. Okay, these two antibiotics are controlled by signaling molecule SRB. So our group focus on this pathway to improve the antibiotic titer. Next, please. Today, so I will cover the two topics. First one, we are exploring the bioactive secondary metabolite from the various actinomycetes. And the second one is the manipulation of the regulatory and metabolic pathway for genome mining of silent secondary metabolite gene cluster. Okay, next, please. Okay, first, I will talk about the first topic. Next, please. Okay, it is my memorial photo. This photo was taken in here. So maybe 4 years ago, so I came here at the first visit. So and attended this impressive symposium. Then next, please. And 4 months later, so we got a JSPS granting aid for Kakenhi. This is an international research project. So it is collaborated with Dr. Alimudin Ali in UNM. So we just started collaboration with him and UNM group members. Next, please. So our group tried to isolate metabolites from the actinomycetes. Then so Professor Dr. Alimudin Ali will try to isolate many actinomycetes from the Indonesian Ocean or Karst area. Then so we will try to analyze the chemical structure with bioactive properties. Then so these are our collaborator, Dr. Hisato Kuniyoshi. So he focused on the morphology of the jellyfish. Then so we found that some of the compound will control the morphology of the jellyfish. It may be control the biogenesis or control the generation of the jellyfish. Okay, next, please. Next, we also collaborate with Dr. Hiroki Koyama. So he focused on shrimp. Yeah. So we use these two marine animals to investigate the unique biological activity from the actinomycetes or actinomycetes. Next, please. Dr. Alimudin Ali came to our university in 2020 in February. So as you know, I also came here again in Makassar. However, 1 month later, so COVID-19, well, to stop our collaboration. So many of them are also, have a problem on COVID-19. But anyway, so we continued our collaboration. Okay, next, please. My PhD student, Lukman Muslimin, so I'm not sure, there, maybe here in this audience. So he started isolation of the secondary metabolite from his Alimudin Ali's strain. Then so we try to investigate the structure of the secondary metabolite. And Mr. Sho Ogaki, he's a master course student. So they will try to isolate the secondary metabolite from the actinomycetes. So these are one of the examples, Spermodiapalmacin Islands and Marospan, it's difficult to pronounce, but any Castle area. So we will try to isolate the compound from there, so we will try to continue this collaboration. Next, please. And Dr. Osman Jumadi came to our laboratory in last year. So, yeah, so this is a group photo with him. So, still, COVID-19 has a problem. But anyway, so we okay, it's a nice chance to come here again. So it is to continue and improve our collaboration. And we will try to submit some collaborative research, in the future. Next, please. Okay. next, I will talk about the next topic. So manipulation of the regulatory and the metabolic pathway for genome mining. So genome mining, I will introduce the word of genome mining in next slide. Next, please. Streptomyces species is, as you know, the fundamental soil bacteria, and its a notable feature is the metabolic versatility in biologically active secondary metabolites. So especially this Streptomyces typically contains over 20, in normal, so 30, over 30 secondary metabolic gene cluster. However, only 10 to 20% of them are produced or produced in the normal culture condition. It means 80 to 90% are hidden in the Streptomyces genome. Next, please. So therefore, so to activate 80 to 90% of secondary metabolic gene cluster hidden in the genome. So many researchers focus on the genome mining approaches. For example, modification of the culture condition and heterologous expression of the antibody bias gene cluster and the enhancement of metabolic titer and ribosome engineering and the combined culture. So we focus on genetic engineering or addition with signaling molecule. So today I will talk about our effort for the genome mining approaches. Next, please. So our group focus on Streptomyces roscis 7434N4. This, as I shown in previous slides, so this strain produces rancacidin and rancamycin. They are protein synthesis inhibitors. So we found that we finally elucidated their nucleotide sequencing. Next, please. These are secondary metabolic gene clusters in Streptomyces roscis chromosomes. This chromosome contains 35 secondary metabolic gene clusters. So, but almost all of them are silent. Therefore, we try to improve the metabolic titer to obtain the bioactive secondary metabolite from this strain. Next, please. Okay, now we try these 6 strategies. So due to the time limitation, I will select several strategies in this symposium. Okay, next, please. Okay, at first I will. First I will talk about this strategy 2, inactivation of the repressor genes. Next, please. So in Streptomyces, regulatory gene will contribute their secondary metabolic production. So, for especially transcriptional repressor will control their secondary metabolic production. So we try to inactivate their repressor genes. It means, in general, so inactivation of repressor will lead to the activation of secondary metabolites. So we try to focus on this strategy in our strain. Then next, please. Next, please. Okay. So this is a regulatory cascade in our strain. So as I showed in the previous slide. So we focus on the SRRB. These are also TETR-type repressor genes. Next, please. When we inactivate this SRRB genes, so this mutant accumulated rancacidin and other rancamycin and their derivatives over 4-fold. Some of metabolites accumulated 10-fold. So it means its mutant overproduced rancacidin and rancamycin when compared with its parent. So this strategy will good for the obtain the secondary metabolites with increased yield. Okay, next, please. We also characterize their molecular basis analysis, molecular biology, or some gel retardation analysis. Then, so finally, we found that SRRB, this repressor, will bind to the activator gene. Therefore, the SRB, its repressor, can control the biosensitive gene cluster of the rancacidin and rancamycin. Okay, next please. This is a model for transient expression for rancamycin and rancacidin production in our strain. So when matured in the middle stage, so SRB protein will accumulate. Then so SRB protein will replace the activation of the SRY. It means the control of the rancamycin and rancacidin production. So SRB acts as a later stage regulator for antibody production in this strain. Next, please. Okay, I move to strategy 3. Okay, next, please. Okay, this strategy is a combination of the inactivation of repressor genes and the inactivation of the major secondary metabolic gene cluster. So as I showed in the previous slide, this strain produces rancacidin, two antibiotics, rancacidin and rancamycin. So we try to inactivate their biosynthesis. It means some biosynthetic precursor will use other secondary metabolites. So we intended this strategy. Therefore, so we constructed triple mutant with repressor and rancacidin and rancamycin biosynthetic cluster. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. We constructed triple mutant KA57. So this strain accumulated uncharacterized secondary metabolites in this secondary metabolite. Then, so finally, we characterized their structure by NMR and mass spec analysis. Then, so finally, we named the KA57A. And this is a unique azokishi alkane structure in their chromophore. So this compound, with also cannot identify in parent strain. Therefore, this mutation will lead to genome mining. It's a successful example. Next, please. This unique azokishi alkane NNO linkage is a unique structure in the nature. So these are examples of the natural occurring azokishi alkane molecule. So now we try to figure out their biosynthetic machinery. So in our group. Next, please. Okay, next I will try to show the strategy 5, overexpression of activator gene. Next, please. Okay, overexpression of the activator is it's easy to imagine the activation of the secondary metabolites. So these are examples of the overexpression of the activator genes. These three examples was identified in the previously. So we focus on the activation of the subtype activator gene in our strain. Okay, next, please. So we found that subtype activator genes are coded on our strain. So we found a total 15. 12 was in chromosome and 3 in plasmid. Then so we extensive overexpression of these subtype activator genes. So one of them is SRO3163. Show the overproduction of new metabolites. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, we found new peaks in HPLC, as I shown in a red box. Then so we analyze the chemical structure by mass spec analysis or NMR analysis. Then so we found that named YM3163A. This is isolated from the 10-liter culture, 2.9 milligram from the 10-liter culture. So we confirmed that this compound showed the C8H11NO as a molecular formula. Next, please. Then so we further analyzed, performed the structural elucidation by NMR. Then so finally we found that this compound was confirmed to be 2-cyclohexyl and 1-iridine acetamide. This compound is a new compound. It's a simple structure, but it's a new compound. Okay, next please. Then we also try to confirm their structure by organic synthesis. So we try to synthesize this molecule in 4 steps. Then so we compare their NMR in a natural source and a synthetic compound. Then so finally they showed a good accordance with their signal. It means that we confirmed that YM3163A was determined to be 2-cyclohexane 1-iridine acetamide structure. Next, please. Okay, I will briefly show the strategy 6. Next, please. So our group isolated signaling molecule from our strain, as shown in blue box. So this compound is a signaling molecule. This compound is responsible for the activation and the induction of rankoside rancomycin production in our strain. Then others also signaling molecule were identified in streptomyces. However, so our signaling molecule named as SRB is distinct compound, distinct structure when compared with other signaling molecule known in other streptomyces. Therefore, so we try to focus on this structure to activate other secondary metabolic gene cluster in other strain, other streptomyces. Then so bottom panel is a protocol strategy for this activation mechanism. When we add the signaling molecule in the culture, so no addition and addition, then we compared their metabolic titer in the culture condition, Then so if their metabolic titer difference were detected, so we try to characterize their chemical structure to determine the activation by addition of the signaling molecule. Next, please. So this is the pilot screening. So among 69 strains, we found that 8 strains show the change of the metabolic titer. Next, please. This is the antimicrobial activity. So we also found the addition of the signaling molecule well affected metabolic titer and antimicrobial activity. So now we focus on their chemical structure. From the to check the this strategy is good or not. Next, please. Okay, this is a summary of the activation of the silent secondary metabolic gene cluster. It's a genome mining approaches. So some of them were effective for the genome mining approaches. Now, so we still work on this strategy to investigate hidden or silent secondary metabolic gene cluster from the streptomyces culture and the streptomyces genome. Next, please. Okay, this is almost the final slide. So our group focuses on natural product discovery. So we try to explore the unique and novel bioresources from Indonesian or marine ocean and coastal area. So and then prepare the actinomycetes library and cultivation. Then we try to modify their genome. For example, genetic engineering and genome mining and addition of the elicitor, single molecule. Then obtain the compound. Then we also analyze the unique biological activity using the bioassay. Then we will try to obtain the new compound. Then next we will modify the chemical structure by organic synthesis or enzymatic bioconversion to obtain the only one functional molecule through the interdisciplinary collaboration. Then only one compound could be obtained, so it will be good for human health care and healthy aging in our life. Next, please. Okay, three Indonesian students worked in my laboratory. So first one is Dr. Yoshi Nindida. She graduated the Bandung Institute of Technology, and she studied in my laboratory. And she got a PhD in my laboratory. Then she came back to Salatiga, and she worked on, in a company. And so Amiruddin Al-Fawzi, he studied in University of Jambil, and he got a master course, the master degree, and he come back to Indonesia and Sulawesi, Surabaya. Yeah. Then so Lukman Luxmi, he's in the audience. So now he's a PhD student, so he will try to get a PhD degree in my laboratory. Next, please. Okay, Indonesian researcher, Indonesian student is one of the major contributors in Hiroshima University. So many of international students was from China, but second rank in Hiroshima University. So if you were interested in to come to Japan, so please consider our university also. Next, please. These are acknowledgements. So especially these students worked on this work, and especially this funding will help us the further contribution to in this field. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Arakawa. Arigatou gozaimashita. So once more, please applause to Professor. Please. Okay. Quite maybe very detailed about how to modify, bagaimana memodifikasi bahan atau mikroba yang sudah diisolasi menjadi suatu produk yang lebih bermanfaat. Di situ ada 6 strategi yang telah dijelaskan. Anyway, if you have a question, specific question to Prof. Arakawa, so please keep it, and then you will ask in the next session, question and response. After our second and third distinguished speaker give a talk today. So once thank you for 30 minutes presentation. So we are moving to the next distinguished speakers. Please, committee for the curriculum vitae shortly. Okay. The second presenter, Prof. Hiroyuki Morita, he's a professor of section of natural product and drug discovery from University of Toyama, Japan. Please, maybe once more for, he's undergraduate BEC from Tokyo University, prestigious university in Japan, and master degree and PhD from University of Shizuoka. Next, please. So, Prof. Morita, his research interest is study on biosynthesis of natural product, then how to engineer, modify the second metabolite enzyme is quite different with what Prof. Arakawa already mentioned. Okay, please, Sensei, for 15 minutes presentation. So you can.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm Hiroki Morita from the Institute of Natural Medicine, University of Toyama. It's my great pleasure to be here today. Before starting today's my talk, I'd like to express my sincere thanks for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Also, one more thing, congratulations for the 62nd anniversary for this university. Okay, so presentation time is limited. Let me start this my talk. My major is engineering of the enzyme that are involved in biosynthesis of the natural product. Today I'm going to talk about two topics. Firstly, I will talk about the engineering of the enzyme that are involved in biosynthesis of tetrahydrocannabinol core. And then, very briefly, I will talk about antibacterial activity of the olivethoric acid anion and their derivative being made against the Staphylococcus aureus and the Bacillus subtilis. Okay, so this slide shows a brief introduction for the tetrahydrocannabinol. So this tetrahydrocannabinol structure is shown here, and we are now using this compound as a drug due to the very unique pharmacological activity through the cannabinoid receptor, including the amylase, antimesis, and appetite stimulation, and so on. However, we have to use this compound as drug very carefully because this compound also shows the psychological side effect. If we can we can use other THC analog as a drug, it's more better. Very interestingly, a recent study reveals that substitution of the penicillin moiety at Q3 of the THC with the more longer fatty acid type of the moiety increase the pharmacological activity of the THC by increasing the affinity to the cannabinoid receptor. Further interestingly, recent study also reveals that substitution of this moiety with phenylpropyl moiety at C3 of THC dramatically reduces side effect of THC. Currently, C3 substituted THC analog attracted our attention for drug discovery. However, this THC is not a natural product. This is an artifact produced by the derived from the THCA, which is produced by cannabis sativa. This artifact derived from the heating from this THCA. THCA have been known to be biosynthesized from this pathway shown here. And firstly, TKS and OSC produce the olivethoric acid, and then this compound is converted to the THCA by two enzymes. As of now, yeast expression system that can produce THCA has been also established by introducing the gene with the 4 biosynthetic enzyme. We can now make this THCA by using this yeast expression system. However, simultaneously, this study also indicated that this yeast expression system can produce the C7 type of the olivethoric acid analog, but this yeast expression system cannot produce further olivethoric analog. With C7, more than C7 lengths of the acid moiety in this olivethoric acid. This means TKS and OSC didn't work well in this system due to the limitation of the substrate safety for the more longer fatty acid type of this substrate. If we want to use this yeast extraction system to produce a more longer fatty acid type of the THCl and THC, we need engineering of the TKS and OC at least. We started engineering study of both enzymes. And firstly, we focus on the engineering of OC because OC is only known plant polypeptide cyclase that accepts the linear polypeptide CoA to produce the oligonucleic acid, whereas TKS is one of the members of the type 3 polypeptide synthase, and in my experience, this enzyme shows a very broad substrate spectrum and can produce various product analog. So at first, we focus on the engineering of OSC. However, despite the very important information for the engineering, 3D structure of OSC has not yet been elucidated. So I mean, we need for the engineering which amino acid and which amino acid are located nearly position. So we need this information. So to get this information, at first we solved the crystal structure of our shape, and finally, also I didn't show the very detailed data today. Finally, we found that this OC can accept penetrant moiety of the substrate into the 9 angstrom long hydrophobic pocket in the active site cavity, and then facilitates the C2 to C7 aldol type cyclization reaction by using the two catalytic ratio, histidine 78 and tyrosine 72. This our crystal structure analysis suggests that if so, we should expand this 9 angstrom hydrophobic pocket to produce the OC mutant that can generate longer fatty acid moiety type of the oligonucleic analog. So I mean, please image, if you have a bigger pocket, then you can put on the big one. But if the pocket is small, we cannot. So conception is the same. So on the basis of this hypothesis, we constructed various OC mutant enzyme at the residue lining this hydrophobic pocket, and investigates the effect of the mutation on the oligonucleic acid analog forming activity. In this presentation, I only show the result of the 4 OC mutant shown here. In addition, in this study, we utilize this in vitro co-incubation assay system of the TKS and the OSCs because OSC substrate, I mean the linear polypeptide CoA produced by the TKS is unstable. So we cannot use this substrate directly to the in vitro reaction. By using this system, we found that all of the mutant of OC retains the oligonucleic acid forming activity, but also this activity is decreased in all mutant enzyme. Next, we investigate the effect of the mutation on the oligonucleic acid, C8 oligonucleic acid analog forming activity. So C8 means carbon rings. Okay. So by investigating this, we also found that one type of OC also has the ability to produce the C8 oligonucleic acid analog, And this activity is slightly increased when we use the OSC F24I mutant enzyme. So we thought that this mutant might shift its substrate specificity towards a more longer fatty acid type of the substrate. However, we didn't observe any production of the C10 oligonucleic acid analog. So from this observation, we also thought that we need further engineering of the OC mutant enzyme because this mutant is only the single mutant, so it is not enough. So to get further information for the engineering, we obtain the crystal structure of OCF24 mutant enzyme complex with the C8 oligonucleic acid analog as shown here. So this crystal structure clearly indicated that substitution of the phenylalanine 24I significantly expanded the hydrophobic potato in this mutant enzyme up to 12 angstrom long to accommodate the C8 oligonucleic acid. Simultaneously, this structure also indicated that hydrophobic pocket of this mutant enzyme still retain a space between the top of the C8 oligonucleic acid analog and bottom of the hydrophobic pocket. So this suggests that this OCF24 mutant might accept more longer fatty acid type of the oligonucleic acid analog. So we also tested this hypothesis, and we obtained the crystal structure of this mutant enzyme complex with the C10 oligonucleic acid analog as shown here. So at least on the crystal structure analysis, this OC mutant enzyme might produce a C10 oligonucleic acid analog by accepting the C10 type of the fatty acid substrate. However, this is in contrast to the in vitro reaction result. So in the in vitro reaction, any production of the C10 has not yet been seen. So we also focus on the engineering of TKS. Okay, so firstly, how we design this TKS mutant enzyme. Let me introduce about this very little bit. So during the our OSC engineering, the other group reported the crystal structure of TKS, and its crystal structure indicated that active site cavity of TKS is apparently smaller than those of the other type 3 polyclinical synthase, such as that of the OTS, as shown here. This OTS have been known to accept longer fatty acid CoA and 2-malonyl CoA to produce a longer fatty acid type of the pyrrole compound. In addition, very interestingly, previous Professor Abe group also reported that substitution of the glycine 207 in OTS with methionine result in separating the active site cavity, and thereby this OTS mutant enzyme shift its substrate specificity toward only the shorter acid type of the substrate. Very interestingly, this separated pocket in OTS G207M mutant enzyme also found in the TJS. From this observation, we can expect that if we connect this hidden pocket in TJS to the active site cavity of TJS, then such a mutant enzyme of TJS might accept a longer fatty acid substrate and produce a longer fatty acid type of the polypeptide CoA, linear polypeptide CoA, which also might accepted by the OC mutant enzyme to produce our purpose product. On this hypothesis, we substituted the leucine 119 with glycine corresponding to the methionine 207 and the glycine 207 in OTS enzyme, and investigate the effect of the mutation of the OC by using this mutant enzyme. Firstly, we check the crystal structure of this TGSL190 mutant enzyme, and we confirm that this mutational study successfully connected hidden pocket and TGS active site cavity to produce a very long active site cavity in this mutant enzyme. By using this mutant enzyme, we continuously investigated the olivetheric acid forming activity, and I skip a lot of the data, but finally we found that only the use of the THSL190G mutant enzyme and OCF24 mutant enzyme can produce the C12 olivetheric acid anion. Also, further more longer fatty acid moiety type of the olivetheric acid anion cannot be produced even if we use this both mutant enzyme. Thus, our study successfully expanded the production of the olivetheric acid anion up to C12 OA type, and further engineering of OC and TKS to produce the more longer fatty acid moiety type of the olivetheric acid, and also the aromatic type of the olivetheric acid anion are now in progress in our laboratory. Okay, finally, I'd like to talk about the antibacterial activity of the olivetheric acid anion and related derivative very little bit. Due to the lack of the significant functional group, biosynthetic intermediate, especially initial ones, don't show any biological activity, and even if showed, those activity are very low. In the case of the olivetheric acid, it seems to show anti-oxidative activity because it has two hydroxy groups on the aromatic ring. However, also that this is my personal feeling, such activity is not so interesting from the point of view of the drug development. Indeed, there are no reports indicating interest biological activity of olivetheric acid for further development of the drug. On the other hand, significant and very interesting activities were observed for the CBGA and CBG, which are corresponding to the biosynthetic precursor of the THCA. For example, CBGA shows the antivirus activity against SARS-CoV-2 and coronavirus 2 and its variant. In the case of the CBG, this compound shows a moderate THC-like activity, but didn't show the psychological side effect observed in the THC. Stronger antibacterial activity against gram-positive bacteria, especially Staphylococcus aureus, have been also reported to this CBG. Very interestingly, a previous study suggests that main role of the preliminary moiety is to enhance the cell membrane binding affinity with its hydrophobicity. And this would be also extended to cell membrane permeability. So, I mean, CBGA and CBG have a preliminary moiety in those structure, but oligonucleic acid don't have. So, we can expect very interesting biological activity of CBGA and CBG, basically derived from this preliminary moiety. But if so, our constructed oligonucleic acid analog may also have the potential as a drug shield because this compound gains hydrophobicity by elongating the acid moiety. So we investigated the effect of this. And firstly, we may synthesize various OA analog and corresponding CBGA, oligonucleotide, and CBG. As a preliminary study, we investigated the antibacterial activity of the oligonucleic acid and related this compound. As a result, as expected, also the C6 oligonucleic acid, which is the original one, didn't show any antibacterial activity against both bacteria. Our newly synthesized C8 to C14 oligonucleic acid analog newly confers the ability to inhibit the Staphylococcus aureus and Bacillus substrates in the chain length dependent manner. Very interestingly, activity of the C12 and C40 against the Bacillus substrates very equivalent to that of the CBGA. So maybe these C12 and C40 oligonucleic acid analog maybe one of the candidates for further drug development. However, simultaneously, we also found that C8 CBGA activity against the Bacillus substrates is more higher than original compound CBGA. Okay, so time is limited, so I don't talk more detail. Finally, we found that C8 CBGA shows the best antibacterial activity against the Bacillus substrates, whereas the C6 CBG, which is the original compound, and C8 CBG shows the best antibacterial activity against Staphylococcus aureus among the our tested compound. So this finding provided insight into further evaluation of the antibacterial activity as well as the other various biological activity of this oligonucleic acid and CBGA derivatives. So this investigation, evaluation of the some biological activity are now in progress, and I hope I can get these results soon, and then I can talk soon if I have the next chance. Okay, so today's my talk is basically done. Finally, this photo shows my laboratory member. Also, I have now six Japanese students. But during this 5 years before, I didn't have any Japanese students. Always accept the international student, and so our laboratory is very international. So one thing, one Indonesian student is now studying about the isolation of the bioactive compound from the natural sources in our laboratory as a master course student, and another Indonesian student will join in my laboratory from this October. Okay, so that's all. Thank you for your kindly attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Morita. So please, once more, please applause to Professor Morita. Okay, so Prof. Morita talk mengenai tanaman ganja. So that's interesting because cannabis is some prohibited in Indonesia, but maybe you have a question about cannabis or tanaman ganja, how why they are interested to extract the natural compound in cannabis plant. Okay, so move to the third distinguished speaker, Prof. Stephen. So before that, please, I will little bit introduce his CV. Curriculum vitae, Prof. Stephen is from Physical Education and Sport Sciences, National Institute of Education and Young Technology University, Singapore. Prof. Stephen graduated from UK PhD and then also alumnus of DGA, German Academic Studies. His interest research how physical activity can mitigate risk factor for cardiometabolic disease. It's a penyakit yang, so it's interesting because at now in Indonesia, the most not disease causes death is cardiovascular. So our ministry is very intense about the cardiovascular problem at now in Indonesia. Please, 30 minutes, Prof. Stephen, for your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction. I should say deans, heads of department, faculty, students, a very good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the Universitas Negeri Makassar and the organising committee of the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education for the invitation to come here and to be able to share my work today. It's a real pleasure to come to Makassar. It's my first time and I've had a very warm welcome since I've been here. So I'll be sharing my work. Just see. There you go. I am from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore in the National Institute of Education there. This is some photos of our university. There are about 33,000 students there. Because Singapore is small, it takes up 2% of the land area of Singapore. So we have a significant bite of Singapore. But it's a wonderful university, and if you ever visit Singapore, please come and see us. Oh, sorry, a bit low. Okay. It is a scientific conference, so I should say that I have no conflicts of interest or disclosures. This is an overview of my talk. I will be talking today not about cardiovascular disease, but about another area of my work to do with sport nutrition. and specifically about caffeine. I understand that I stand between you and the next break, so maybe that's why they put me on just before the next break to whet your appetite with my talk. Okay, so this is a kind of basic overview of sport nutrition. The analogy here is with the cupcake. I know that the background of the individuals here is very varied, so I'm starting at the very basic level. So we have the cupcake, which essentially, if you look at the base of the cupcake, the nice soft base of it, which makes up the majority of the cupcake, the analogy here is with our food and our diet. So these are the things that athletes eat on a daily basis. This is how much carbohydrate they should take in, so things such as potato, pasta, bread and rice. And this is the most important area that they should concentrate on when they think about their diet. The next area is the creamy stuff on the top. These are the other areas which can contribute to an athlete's diet. Things such as sports bars or drinks or gels. So you've all seen sports drinks like 100 Plus, for example, or Gatorade. This is the soft icing on top of the cupcake. And at the very top of the cupcake, we have the cherry on the top, which is the supplements that athletes can take. Things such as caffeine, that I'll be talking to you about today, and other things such as creatine and also nitrates. Unfortunately, for many athletes, they tend to concentrate on the cherry on top and not at the base. But it's more important on a daily basis to think about the base of the cupcake. One thing I should point out is Harry Redknapp here, who is a former Premiership manager, was quite correct. This I saw a few weeks ago when one of my former professors presented it, Professor Ron Morn, so I shouldn't take credit, but I thought it was a very nice saying and something I try to explain to students in my class. Eating a bowl of pasta is not going to make much of a difference if you can't kick a ball. So essentially, if you take a bad athlete like me and you put him on a football field, eating a bowl of pasta beforehand will not make me into Lionel Messi. Okay? It won't take a poor athlete like me and make them into a good athlete. But if you are a very good athlete, who perhaps wins a race by 1/100th of a second, then diet may make that difference. It may be the difference between first and second place, or even being on a podium versus off the podium. So it's important that athletes do take time to think about their diet as much as they think about the other areas of their training, such as resistance training, fitness, coaching, etc. So that's a background to sport nutrition. I'm going to zoom in today on part of that, which is the cherry on the top, and I'm going to talk about caffeine use in athletes, which is something we've been researching in our lab. So caffeine in athletes is very popular. About 75% of athletes take caffeine. It may not always be for the performance benefits. Athletes may take it partly because caffeine is something that we use socially in society. Most of us drink coffee or tea. We drink Coca-Cola, for example. We take chocolate bars. All of these things contain caffeine at different levels. But nonetheless, if you take on board caffeine into your body, it may have both physiological effects and psychological effects. Caffeine can pass across the blood-brain barrier, and it does attach to receptors in the brain, in the nervous system. There are several proposed mechanisms of action for caffeine. The one that is central is that it acts as an adenosine antagonist. So adenosine is something which is produced during exercise, and with its production, it tends to make people feel less alert. Caffeine, as adenosine antagonist, competes with adenosine at its receptor and therefore blocks its action. Therefore, it raises arousal during exercise and makes people feel pepped up. There is also a thought that it may act directly on the muscle as well and increase muscle firing rates and as well as release adrenaline. All of these various things may have effects on cognitive performance, how you feel, how alert you are, how attentive you are during exercise, and your reaction time. So if you're a 100-meter sprinter coming out of the blocks, caffeine is something that top 100 meters or other sprinters often take. There are various determinants of caffeine action. These include the dose of caffeine. The typical dose which is recommended for most athletes is a dose in the range of 3 to 9 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. So if I'm a 70 kilogram athlete, taking 3 milligrams is about 210 milligrams in total. If I take 9 milligrams, it's 630 milligrams in total. So there is some variety. But we need to be careful with the dose of caffeine because caffeine also has side effects on the body. It can increase things like tremors, for example, or it can increase insomnia. So if I take caffeine one day in my training and I can't go to sleep that night, it may affect my game match play the next day. Other areas of caffeine determinants include ingestion timing. After you ingest caffeine in, it takes about 60 minutes to peak in your bloodstream. Therefore, when should athletes take it? Should they take it 1 hour before they start exercising, and therefore the caffeine peaks when they are fresh and feeling good? Or should they take it just before they start exercise, and therefore the peak of caffeine corresponds when they're feeling more fatigued? You may argue that it has better benefits later on. There are different administration methods. You can take a cup of coffee, for example, but we typically don't recommend that because the amount of caffeine in a cup of coffee varies depending on where you buy it. If you buy it at Starbucks, at your local store, if you make it at home, etc. There are also caffeine energy drinks, but those energy drinks typically contain other active compounds as well, such as sugars. Some people now take caffeine gums or even caffeine nasal sprays as well. And of course, that means that there's more of a direct action on the brain. And then finally, we have to think about genetic variations in caffeine. One particular enzyme is responsible for 19.5% of caffeine metabolism. Depending on which gene you have, genetic version of this enzyme you have, you are either a fast caffeine metabolizer or a slow caffeine metabolizer. So when we use caffeine, we have to think about the competing effects, and I'm going to talk about that later in relation to basketball. It can increase anxiety and nervousness, although it may have positive effects on cognitive performance, focus and attention. So if I'm a basketball player, for example, I might improve my running speed or my jump height, but what about my shooting if I'm feeling nervous and my shots go off or I'm overstimulated in some way? So we have to consider this whenever we recommend it to athletes. So much of the work that had been done on caffeine typically looked at endurance sports such as cycling and running, for example, and also some sprinting as well. When I started to do this caffeine research with some students in my lab, we became interested in how caffeine could have an effect on different ball games, partially because of these possible competing effects of overstimulation versus the effects on physical performance. The first thing we did was a systematic review. I'm sorry that's a little bit small, I apologize. But essentially we did a systematic review where we wanted to look at the effect of caffeine on various indicators of performance in ball game sports. So you can see the inclusion criteria here, where we looked at caffeine on sport-specific tasks or sports scenarios. The studies had to include a caffeine-only condition, so it couldn't be with other active compounds as well. We had to look at caffeine ingestion in isolation. We looked at a single administration of caffeine rather than repeated administrations through a match, perhaps. We needed information on the caffeine delivery method and the amount, and also when participants weren't fatigued. And essentially we isolated 19 studies at the end of it. This is what we found. There were 13 invasion game sports and 6 net barrier sports. So invasion games include things such as football and rugby, for example. Net barrier sports includes things such as badminton or volleyball. We found that caffeine was ergogenic in certain areas such as sprint performance and vertical jump. But there was a question around areas such as accuracy, agility, and distance covered. So particularly in areas where the task became perhaps more complex. The amount of caffeine when that was ingested was in the area of 3 to 6 milligrams. After that, we decided to do some tests ourselves. So we looked at caffeine and basketball, as I mentioned earlier. Sorry, this isn't changing very well. So for those of you that aren't familiar with basketball, it involves repeated movements, including jumping, sprinting, running, and shuffling, as well as accuracy-based tasks such as passing and shooting. And basketballers do this for 4 quarters of 10 minutes. The first thing that we did was a study, a randomized controlled trial. So it was a crossover trial. We took basketballers aged 18 to 13 years who met the following inclusion criteria, which are listed there. I won't go through them all. And we provided them with a dose of caffeine, which was equivalent to 6 milligrams per kilogram of body mass. You can see on this diagram here what they then had to do. We gave them 60 minutes to allow for the caffeine absorption into the bloodstream. They then performed 6 15-meter sprints, so essentially running across this stage and back again 6 times in a row. At the end of that 6 15-meter sprints, they got to the front and they stood in front of a basketball hoop and they basically shot twice. So they got 2 free throws. So a free throw is essentially from a fixed position in front of the hoop at a set distance. They then got 2 minutes rest, and then they repeated that again 5 more times. So after repeating it 5 times, that was the end of the experiment. When we looked at the data, we saw no differences in free throw scores between the 2 conditions at all. What you can see on the left-hand side is the total score across the 6 sets of shots. And there was no difference between the caffeine on the left-hand side or the placebo on the right-hand side. And then on the second side, you see the numbers of sets that are listed. So 5 sets. And again, you have the caffeine in black and you have the placebo in white. And there was no difference when you looked across the sets, no interaction between caffeine and placebo. We looked at also individual responses and categorized individuals as responders or non-responders based on a statistical technique called the smallest worthwhile change, which in this case was equivalent to 0.47. And we found that 10 of the 18 participants responded, 3 were non-responders, so neutral, and 5 were negative responders. So we finished this experiment, and of course, like all experiments, it leads to more questions. Was it because we had induced a static skill that we saw no effect of the caffeine on basketball? Was it that our protocol induced insufficient fatigue? Do basketballers work for 40 minutes, but we only got them to do 6 15-meter sprints before each set of shots? Were genetic differences interfering with our findings of your fast or slow caffeine metabolizer? And was the dose of caffeine too high at 6 milligrams per kilogram? So we moved on to this second experiment, which we're trying to get published at present. And we looked at some of those questions, but we also asked the additional question, was it better to administer the caffeine when the peak of the caffeine corresponds with a fresh or fatigued state? So is it better for me to give it 60 minutes before I start exercise or just before I start exercise? Next slide. So we have the caffeine and we administered it with a basketball performance test, and this time we looked at 3-point shooting accuracy. So 3-point shooting in basketball is where you shoot anywhere outside the 3-point arc on the field. So we looked at the ingestion timing and the effect on that. So this, it looks like a very complex picture that perhaps my 10-year-old son has drawn, but I promise you it makes sense. Essentially what we did was the individuals came in and they completed 3 conditions in a randomized crossover design. On the first condition, we gave them 2 pills. Sorry, on all the conditions, we gave them 2 pills. One of those conditions contained 2 placebo pills, which were filled with maltodextrin. One of those conditions, we gave them caffeine pill first, and then a placebo pill second. And on the third condition, we gave them a placebo pill first and the caffeine second. The dose of caffeine was equivalent to 3 milligrams per kilogram of body mass. And there were 60 minutes administered before the start of the first pill and the second pill. They then did a standardized warm-up and then completed 4 quarters of a simulated basketball match with a 2-minute shooting protocol at the end of each quarter. This was a simulated basketball exercise simulation test. It involved sprinting, it involved running, it involved shuffling movements. So those who aren't sure, so from side to side and in low stances and in a high stance. It involved a vertical jump as well. So we measured the height of the vertical jump and we measured the speed of the sprints as well using timing gates. And they had to repeat this over each quarter. So in each quarter they did 16 rounds of this simulation, and each round they got 30 seconds to complete it. They could do it faster, but ideally not slower. So 64 rounds in total. This was the 3-point shooting protocol at the end of every quarter. We gave them a basketball, and you can see it starts here on the on the right-hand side of the picture. They had to run down to the bottom of the 3-point arc, and then they shot at the hoop, run back, collect the second basketball, run forward again, etc., until they completed all 5 shots. They then repeated that for a total of 10 shots per quarter. So these were our outcome measures. Remember, the primary outcome measure in this study was shooting performance. We wanted to know, could it have an effect on shooting accuracy? Because 3-point shooting often decides the winner of a basketball game. But we found that there was no differences in 3-point shooting performance among the conditions, and less than 50% of the participants responded to caffeine on each condition compared with the placebo. So no advantage of taking caffeine on 3-point shooting. This, we looked at the vertical jump and the sprint timing. There was no change in vertical jump height across the different quarters, despite consistently slightly higher means on both caffeine conditions, but none of it was statistically significant. Sprint time got slower over the various quarters, which would seem likely because as I become more tired, my sprint time slows down. But again, we didn't see a difference between the caffeine and non-caffeine conditions. What we did find was that the completion timing of that simulated basketball exercise was faster when individuals took caffeine. So the placebo condition here, you can see, is the dashed line across the top, and you can see it's significantly slower than the two caffeine conditions. So it seemed to make a difference to perhaps overall arousal and overall physical performance on the caffeine conditions. We did take some physiological measures during the study. We looked at blood glucose, which you can see here. We also looked at heart rate. We looked at something called blood lactate, which is a product of glucose metabolism, which happens in the muscle and is associated with fatigue. We did see changes in things such as heart rate, blood sugar levels, and perceived exertion over the various quarters. But there wasn't a difference among the conditions. Lactate, however, was higher in the caffeine placebo condition versus the placebo condition. We also looked at psychological measures, how people felt arousal, so an individual's arousal increased over the quarters. You could see it going up compared with pre-exercise, but we didn't see differences among the conditions, and we didn't see changes in aggression among the athletes. We did take some blood samples pre-exercise and post-exercise, and we were fortunate to be able to do a metabolomic analysis of those samples. So here on the left-hand side, you can see the concentration of caffeine. On the right-hand side, you can see the concentration of two caffeine metabolites, which are together, paraxanthine and theophylline. Paraxanthine is particularly important because it's supposed to be a more potent antagonist of adenosine than caffeine itself. So when caffeine breaks down to paraxanthine, it's a very potent adenosine antagonist. And what we found, which was important here, was that there was a negative correlation between the best completion timing with both pre and post paraxanthine. So what did we conclude from these various studies? We found no clear effect, or this study I should say, no clear effect of caffeine on three-point shooting performance. Caffeine did improve overall time during a simulated basketball exercise test, but other aspects of that performance weren't improved, such as vertical jump and sprint time. And then we did see improvements in exercise time, which may be related to the concentrations of caffeine metabolites in particular. What is the takeaway from all of these studies, which we've been doing in our lab? They took us quite some effort to do these randomized trials. Firstly, caffeine is a widely used nutritional supplement in ball game sports that we know. The effects of caffeine, however, seem to be mostly on physical performance. When we look at the literature in its entirety, it's suggesting caffeine can perhaps make me run faster. It can perhaps make me jump higher. It can perhaps improve my arousal and improve my performance times. But what it can't do is improve accuracy or skill-based tasks very well, such as shooting a basketball or possibly passing a basketball as well. So coaches, when they use caffeine should consider this for their individual athlete. They should monitor its use, how often it's practiced with, when the athlete times the ingestion and the mode of ingestion, and also any side effects, because some individuals may be more caffeine sensitive than others. Just because Lionel Messi takes caffeine to improve his football, for example, doesn't mean that Cristiano Ronaldo should also take caffeine to improve his football. They are two very distinct individuals. These are the references from today's work. And I do need to thank all of these individuals. I did not do any of this work by myself or in isolation. It took a very strong team of individuals that I collaborated with both in Singapore and also in the UK as well. So I was very fortunate to be able to work with them all. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Stephen. So again, please, once more, applause for Stephen. Well, yeah, we already heard and listened three of our distinguished presenters today. And then we are going to the next question and response or answer. And then we have around 30 minutes for this question and answer. So please, if you have any question, please mention the presenter name and then give a question. Okay, so we have a three stages here. So from the left side of us, Rukman? Okay, Rukman. And then in the middle, stage, podium, no? Okay. Okay, the right one. Okay, once more, if any. Yes, okay. So please please mention your name and point the, just move forward.
Okay. Good morning, Sensei. So, Makassar, iyo kosho. So, welcome to Makassar. So, I would like to ask a question to Morita Sensei.
Okay.
To Morita Sensei. So, correct me if I'm wrong that OAC enzymes are only found in plant and not found in other organism, or especially in microorganisms. So it's not possible to produce by using microorganisms in large-scale fermentation. Isn't it, Sensei?
Maybe Sensei after
Yeah.
all the questions.
So, do you produce the enzyme or OAC enzyme in host-producing strain only, and then purify the enzyme and use it in vitro reaction? That's the first question. And the second question is, in our point of view as Indonesian scientists, because we have like limited equipments. So, did you confirm the enzymatic bioconversion in vitro reaction only by HPLC and mass spectrometry of the reaction? As we know that we, especially in Makassar, we have difficulties to access NMR equipments and quite expensive to elucidate the structure after the reaction. So, is it, if we can only use mass spectrometry analysis and the data is acceptable, maybe we here in Makassar could also follow your strategy to produce the product. Maybe using the same strategy with different targeted products. Thank you, Sensei.
Okay, Sensei. Okay, thank you. So please, before we forget, his question. Okay, please answer.
Thank you very much for your nice question. So for the first question, so exactly that is a plant enzyme. That is a plant enzyme. So sometimes it's too hard to express in the other organism. But in the case of the OSC, already we can already published this example already has been published in the other researchers, and also I can also try this one. That's why, so OIC is at least no problem to express in the, for example, the East. Okay, so for the first question, this is the answer from me. And the second, for the second question, yes, if possible, so NMR is also required. But if you can, firstly, you make maybe the standard compound by organic synthesis, and firstly, of course, you need to confirm the structure by using the NMR spectra. But after that, you can use only the LC mass spectra. So if you have the standard compound, you can only compare. So after that, you don't need the NMR spectra. And also, if you can buy the expected compound from the company, then you can use this compound as a standard, and you can use LC mass. So in this case, you don't need the NMR spectra. Yes.
So, Sensei, you mean this compound can be produced by yeast? I mean, by microorganism. Okay. Okay, so not only plant, but also the yeast microorganism. Is that right, Sensei? Okay. Okay, thank you, Rukman. And okay, next question. Please go forward, step. Yes. Please go forward. Yeah. Ya, yang di belakang, Ya. Sebut namanya ya. Ya, please.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me a chance. I'm sorry if I'm not so fluent in English, sir. So
Okay, no problem.
apologize if I have something. First of all, I want to say thank you to Prof. Kenji Arakawa.
Your name, please.
My name is Rahmat Syah. I'm student from Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Negeri Makassar.
Okay. From Physiology Faculty. Psychology. Okay.
I repeat, thanks to Prof. Kenji Arakawa to bring us about topic microbiological. Thanks to Professor Hiroyuki Morita to teach us about engineering of biosynthetic enzymes. Thanks to Associate Prof. Stephen Francis Burns that teaches about physical health, the caffeine use in athletes topics. But also I am here about psychological thing about the competing effects that could occur in anxiety, but also improve performance. And now
Your question to Prof.
Yes.
Stephen? Okay.
actually I don't have a proper question about the topic that you teach us, which is your collaboration research. My question is for a professor that wanted to answer it. And of course, first question, what is your reason for doing scientific research? Second, and what are the benefits to yourself? And the third question, what I see is that your research has a magnificent results. But when your research doesn't give you the proper answers that you want, will you continue research until you find the proper results, or stop and make a new some research? Thank you so much, sir. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. Your question is very general actually, but maybe from from Stefan will answer. Yeah, yeah, about the purpose of research.
Hello. Thank you for your question. Why do I do research? I probably have to go back a few years to think about that, but actually my journey into research was probably convoluted. After I left school, I had no idea what I wanted to do, if I'm quite frank. And I worked for a few years, and I was working in an office, and I didn't like it. But I did like doing sports, and I did like, I was interested in the area. So eventually when I did go back to university, I knew what I wanted to do at that point. And once I started studying the area that I was interested in, it caught me. I mean, that was basically how I ended up in it. What I find interesting about research is the fact that you get to ask the question and follow it through to the end. So the great thing about research is that no one tells me to do it. The other parts of my job, everyone tells me what to do. You have to teach this class, you have to do service, you have to do this administration. But the research is up to me, and therefore the ideas come out of my head and I can follow them through to the end. So I get to answer my own questions, and that's what I really like about research. The second part of your question, I think, was the benefits of research. I mean, the benefits of research are for society, or it can be, depending on what sort of research you do, it can be for the planet, it can be for nature, etc. But typically you're doing it because others benefit as well. And in my case, it's either working with athletes, or if I'm looking at physical activity and health, it could be how it has an effect on preventing heart disease, for example, and therefore that's one of the biggest killers in society. So I hope that the research that I do benefits society. The final part of your question was around what about the right answer. There is no right answer. That's the important thing to always realize. I mean, you're not there to prove your hypothesis. You're there to see, you're there to look and see whether it is proven, or I don't like to use the word prove, accepted or rejected in terms of the hypothesis that you've come up with. It shouldn't be a right answer. You base your research question on a premise, which is often from observation and from what you've studied in the library, and then you follow it through. So those are my answers. I don't know if the other professors have anything to add.
Any additional to say? Ya, jawabannya hampir sama ya untuk Prof. Morita dan Arakawa. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, third question, please. Yeah. Step forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dini. I'm from psychology, University of Makassar. Yeah. I would like to ask my question for Professor Steven. Yep. Okay, after seeing your slide, if I'm not mistaken, there are two effects of caffeine. There are physically and psychologically. So my question is, I, as a psychology student, want to know how an example of how caffeine affects psychology and what are the positive and negative impacts of caffeine on humanity's psychology. Actually, you have to explain it more clearly. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm actually a physiologist, not a psychologist, so part of these measures that we are using in our studies are relatively simple, and they tend to be secondary outcomes. So the primary outcomes that we're looking at with respect to caffeine are the performance outcomes and often the physiological outcomes. Because there's a lot greater variability in psychological outcomes, unless something is very consistent, then you don't necessarily see an effect. The second thing is that the tools we're using are very discrete. I mean, you have a scale of, for example, exertion, which goes from 1 to 10, and you ask someone how much exertion are you putting in, and someone says 8. But what does 8 really mean to that person? An 8 to me could mean a very different thing as compared with an 8 to you. So we have to be very careful when we interpret the psychological measures. With respect to caffeine, what I would tend to be looking at is measures such as perceived exertion, how hard the exercise felt for the person, felt arousal, which is basically what it says, how aroused the person became with respect to the exercise, things such as aggression as well. But all of these are questionnaire measures, and I think that they're probably relatively limited. What we did see in a study that I presented to you was that arousal increased with caffeine use, and that is something that we would have anticipated based on what we know about caffeine and what it does. So it was certainly working, but not necessarily to the extent that we had anticipated compared with the placebo trial. Caffeine may affect these various areas, but one of the things that we also look at when we finish the caffeine study is to do a side effects questionnaire. So we also ask them how they felt the next morning after the study. And we ask them, did you experience any side effects such as insomnia, for example, that occurred with the caffeine, or tremors, or loss of appetite, etc. So does that answer your question? Thank you.
Is it? Okay. Okay, thank you. So, any question? Oke, belakang sekali, silakan. Pak Malik ya? Ya, silakan Pak.
Okay, good morning everyone, and especially for invited speaker. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm interested with the Professor Stephen for your presentation related to effect of caffeine in sport and its performance. My question is about you said about the placebo in caffeine. What is the effect of placebo of caffeine in sport and its performance in your research? And then we know in coffee there are most of caffeine in coffee. And my question, what is the best time for the athlete to drink a coffee before exercise, and what is the most effect? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Malik from Geography Study Program. Okay, maybe.
Thank you for the question. Obviously, everyone's interested in the coffee they're drinking today. I think with respect to the first part of your question, you were interested in the main effects of caffeine and how it works. I mean, from the studies that we've done and the reviews, as I said at the end, I think we believe that the biggest effect seems to be performance-wise, whether it's on air, particularly things like sprints, vertical jumps. There seems to be some solid evidence that caffeine can have an effect on outcomes such as that. We saw an effect on the basketball simulation test where people improve their timings during basketball. So I think there are physical effects of basketball. Well, what I didn't get to say in the presentation, because obviously we have time limits, is accuracy-based tasks are very difficult to assess because of task sensitivity. How repeatable is it for people to perform things like free throws? If you look at vertical jumps, you will see it's a very repeatable measure. Sprint time is a very repeatable measure, but things such as three-point throws, free throws are more difficult to assess. We tried to reduce that variability by only inviting good players into our study. So they had to be all members of a university basketball team, regularly training, etc. And they had to do a shooting test just to enter the study. But nonetheless, there may be limitations of task sensitivity around the accuracy-based measures. The second part of your question was related to when's the best time to take your coffee. Cups of coffee themselves also contain other active compounds, I should say. But nonetheless, with respect to caffeine, most people will take it 60 minutes before they start exercise, probably because of convenience. But I think if you're taking the caffeine anywhere within an hour of you beginning exercise, that's probably the best way. If you want to boost it up more, now some of the sports drinks also contain caffeine as well, so they can mix carbohydrate drinks with caffeine at the same time. You don't have to worry too much about the diuretic effect of caffeine during exercise, because once you start exercising, actually you don't need to go to the toilet anymore. So antidiuretic hormone increases during the start of exercise, and therefore, I don't know if you've ever been for a long run or for a race. Before the start of the race, you're all nervous and you need to go to the toilet a lot. But once the race starts, that feeling stops, because ADH goes up, and there's also changes in aldosterone as well. So the need to go to the bathroom will probably not be something that you have to consider. So if anyone asks me, I would say take caffeine within an hour preceding exercise. But the last thing I should say here is always try it out in practice before you do it in competition. Never go in for a major competition and think on the day, oh, I'm just going to take some caffeine, without having practiced it in training first, because you're not sure of the side effects on your own body. So has that answered your question or questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Any question to Prof. Arakawa? Okay, please.
Check. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Imam Ramadan. I'm undergraduate from Physics Department, Universitas Negeri Makassar. For now, I'm work in the team nanomaterial in Physics Department in UNM, and my focus research now is the conjugation biomaterial and nanoparticle, especially gold nanoparticle. Okay, I have two questions, but I think I have many types. My question for Prof. Morita Horoyuki. All right. My question from my experiment for conjugation gold nanomaterials and chitosan in antimicrobial properties. I found antibacterial test result for conjugation gold nanoparticles and chitosan sample were lower compared to chitosan without gold nanoparticles for Staphylococcus aureus, Echerica coli, and Enterococcus fecalis bacteria, as well as for conjugation gold nanoparticles and chitosan sample have a higher resistance to Echerica bacteria compared to Staphylococcus aureus and Echerica and Enterococcus fecalis bacteria. What do you think about the result I found? Can the addition of gold nanoparticle adjust the quality of antibacterial properties, or are there other factors that can determine the quality of antibacterial properties in the experiment I'm working on? And for my question for Kenji Arakawa, from your presentation in slide research interest in your laboratory in your laboratory point 4, improvement of bioactive material secondary function. What do you think if gold nanoparticles with its biomedical properties it combined with the product you developed? Thank you very much. I hope you give my answer is very clearly for me, because my question is very important for me, because this question from my research. Thank you.
Yes, I think your question to Arakawa Sensei. Okay. Yeah.
It's difficult question to answer. So you are focused on the nanoparticle, right? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Actually, his team is a part of our team in the faculties. So his finding that when the nanoparticle with the active compound is tested to the microbial, the resistance is not so wider. Is it? Yeah, it's not so effective to to inhibit the microbial. So his answer is how about the nanoparticle? Is this effective to as a like antibiotic? Yeah, because they want to make it develop a drug that easy to absorb in the body, and then directly to inhibit the bacteria or pathogen in our body. But it's not effective as far as depending. So what do you think? Is it should be more research or something?
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, nanoparticle or effective on against the infection, antibiotic activity. Yeah. Okay, so previously I collaborated with some other researchers who's in systematic engineering researcher. So we found that positive charge of the particle will inhibit antimicrobial activity. So I think this kind of a new methodology will effective. For example, so microbial activity particle will effective for our healthcare or something. Yeah. Anyway, so it's kind of interdisciplinary collaboration will lead to the new methodology and the new technique for our to improve our human healthcare society science.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe the active compound you should develop more or find something more effective and then select it, insert it to your nanoparticle, maybe. Because that is a very, advanced technology you develop in your laboratory. So still ongoing, all right? So I think please keep going to find more effectiveness of the nanomaterial that you develop. Okay, thank you very much. So I think the end of this session. Is that all right? The committee, Mr. Gustang, is okay? Yeah. According to the rundown, is actually we are past around 10 minutes. So I think thank you very much again for all the distinguished presenters for today, and please give applause. So I will take a back to the committee. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause. Give a round of applause for all invited speakers and also for our moderator for the first session. And now we would like to give certificate of appreciation for our distinguished invited speakers. So we would like to invite the chair of Disnatalis Universitas Negeri Makassar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Yahya MKes MN IPU ASN Engineering, accompanied by Dean of FMIPA Universitas Negeri Makassar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Suwardi Anas, MSI PhD. We also invite the chairman of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to our invited speakers. These are the certificate of appreciation and also the miniature of Universitas Negeri Makassar for all our invited speakers. Once again, please give a round of applause for our invited speakers, and thank you very much for such an insightful session for all of us. Thank you very much, professors. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the first session of invited speaker session of the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023. Now we will have a break. And we will now have a lunch break before we proceed to the next session. So we will have a lunch break for about an hour. And please back to this room for the second and the third session. Thank you very much and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang kami hormati, untuk sesi kedua akan dimulai pada pukul 13.15, sesi dengan Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan from Sokoto State University, Nigeria, 13.15 sampai 13.45, dan setelah itu 13.45 akan dimulai sesi ketiga dengan invited speakers secara online juga di ruangan ini. Setelah sesi ketiga, baru akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi paralel di sore hari. Benar, jadi sesi kedua online, lalu dilanjutkan sesi ketiga offline di ruangan ini. Sesi kedua juga tetap di sini, jadi kami harapkan para peserta sudah berada di ruangan ini 13.00. Terima kasih dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta, makan siang telah disediakan oleh panitia di depan ballroom. Mohon untuk mengumpulkan kupon lunch diberikan kepada panitia, dan untuk lokasi makan siang sudah disediakan kursi di depan ballroom. Terima kasih. Silahkan dinikmati hidangan makan siangnya. Selamat beristirahat dan kami tunggu para hadirin kembali lagi ke ruangan ini pada pukul 13.00. Terima kasih.
Universitas Negeri Makassar. Universitas Negeri Makassar is one of the public higher university in Indonesia, located in Makassar, South Sulawesi. Universitas Negeri Makassar has been carried out an enormous number of transformations. The transformation lead the institutional process of Universitas Negeri Makassar to be adaptive with time and era. As a higher education institution, Universitas Negeri Makassar has responsibilities in developing education and non-education fields. Universitas Negeri Makassar has set a vision as an academic center for study and development of science, technology, and art education with an education and entrepreneur perspective. To fulfill the responsibility, the vision led Universitas Negeri Makassar as an A-accredited top university in 2017. The university ranked third, the best human resources nationally, and achieved Indonesian national standard on category of the higher education organizations. Become the first best financial management board in 2017. This achievement position lead Universitas Negeri Makassar as one of the best higher education outside Java, and ranked 20 of best university nationally. On 5th April 2019, Universitas Negeri Makassar became higher education national with Public Service Agency (BALLROOM). to advance the general welfare and educate the nation's life. Currently, Universitas Negeri Makassar has 114 studies programs consist of 9 faculties and 32 postgraduate programs. The 9 faculties are Faculty of Math and Natural Science, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Science, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Literature, Faculty of Social Science, Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Art and Design, and Faculty of Economics. In 2020-2021, Universitas Negeri Makassar has 88 lecturer or professor, 307 are associate professor, 318 are assistant professor, 131 are instructor, and 650 are education staff. During the academic year, the number of students are 40,718 students. The acceleration number of professors is regularly created outdoor workshop camps at university level with sharing and coaching by professors who have academic leader. The increased number of associate professors are created outdoor scholarship SAMs and an integrated research grant. Universitas Negeri Makassar reaches to the society of Eastern Indonesia with a strategic location as follows: Campus 1 Gunung Sari, Campus 2 Parantamu, Campus 3 Banta-Bantai, Campus 4 Tidung, Campus 5 Parepare, Campus 6 Bone, and Postgraduate Campus. Universitas Negeri Makassar continues to effort the collaboration with various partners toward schools, universities, government, and private agencies. The goal is to increase existence and social responsibility of Universitas Negeri Makassar in the community and improve higher education service quality. University made the breakthrough to build world-class education through collaboration between faculties and other universities with Logi Malaysia and several other overseas universities. To improve services, the effort to optimize facilities and infrastructure, Universitas Negeri Makassar has some existing facilities and infrastructures as follows. In the Faculty of Math and Natural Science, there are math, statistics, applied physics, chemistry, biology, and geography laboratories. The Faculty of Engineering, some existing facilities include mechanical engineering, civil engineering, automotive engineering, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, agricultural technology, and family skills education laboratories. The Faculty of Sports Science, there are badminton court, indoor basketball court, indoor tennis court, swimming pool, soccer field, soccer indoor court, mini stadium, takraw court or kickball, gymnasium, and playground. On integrated service center of Universitas Negeri Makassar, such as education and training center, supervisors and principals.
Cek 1 2.
Waktu demi waktu, hari
Nggak, mau simulasi. Kita mau simulasi dulu, ya. Sebentar. Aduh, installing lagi.
Kau telah pergi jauh, tinggalkan diriku.
Tepiskan sepiku
masuk nih.
bersamamu.
Ini kalau saya bicara ini masuk di Zoom kah?
Takkan pernah
Cek 1 2. 1 2. Dr. Nasiru Hasan. Assalamualaikum. Halo, Dr. Nasiru Hasan. Dr. Nasiru Hasan.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
How are you, Dr. Nasiru Hasan?
Yes, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Can you show your video, please?
Okay.
Because we will begin your session an hour after this. So before that, we have to prepare to make sure everything is okay, everything is work. Oh, Masya Allah. What time in your Nigeria? No.
Time now is 5 a.m.
5 p.m. Wow. So,
Just preparing to
is it after
do
prayer of subuh or not yet?
Yeah.
Panadol Extra. Cepat redakan sakit kepala dan nyeri yang mengganggu.
Warisan yang kami punya akan kami bawa hingga ke berbagai belahan dunia. Sebagai bukti, semangat kami bisa kokoh berdiri dimanapun kami berada.
Cek 1 2. Silakan para peserta untuk kembali ke posisinya masing-masing karena acara akan segera kita mulai. Sampaikan kembali kepada mahasiswa untuk bisa kembali ke posisinya masing-masing karena sesi kedua akan kita segera mulai.
Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda will be started soon. Please proceed to your seat. And for our convenience, please set your phone to silent mode.
Cek. Halo, Dr. Nasiru Hasan. Are you here? Are you with us, Dr. Nasiru Hasan? Because we will continue our session. Dr. Nasiru Hasan. Hello, doctor.
Halo, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay. Soon we will begin our session, so please be ready and we can start soon, inshallah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our session will be start soon. For our convenience, please set your phone to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Conference on Sciences, Technology and Education 2023 under the theme Strengthening Sustainable Innovation through Research Collaborations. We are now at the second session of invited speaker session, and for this session we will have Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan from Sokoto State University, Nigeria. He is joining with us through online meeting, and this session will be led by Bapak Muhammad Amar Naufal, SPD, MED, PhD as the moderator. Please give a round of applause for our moderator today. He is a lecturer from Mathematics Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar. Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over the session to our moderator today, I would like to give. So the committee already provided 4 prize for 4 people who already give questions in the first session. Is the people still join with us here? Please come to the stage.
I remember we have 2 students from the Faculty of Psychology, 1 student from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, and 1 student from Japan, which is Mr. Rukman. I, of course, remember that one. Yes, we have 2 psychology, 1 from biology, and the other one is Mr. Rukman Muslimin. All right, maybe they are still in a process of praying, and we will soon join us, so we will keep the prize for them. And remember, for other participants, the committee still have some prizes for those who have questions for the second and the third session, so pay attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me hand over the session to our moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bu Citra, giving me a chance to moderating this session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed, let we praise to be God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and we send our blessing and greetings to our Prophet, peace be upon him. Ladies and gentlemen and participants, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Science, Technology and Education 2023, hosted by Universitas Negeri Makassar in accordance with this Natalis Universitas Negeri Makassar. I will be moderating for the second session this afternoon on the scope of STEM education. So today, I would like to introduce our second speaker, a fourth speaker, which is Dr. Nasiru Muhammad Nasiru Hassan. Hello, Dr. Nasiru. Are you here with us? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hassan.
Everybody?
Are you okay? How are you?
Yes, I can hear you. Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah. So before we proceed, I would like to introduce you before. As you know that 2 years ago, we both completed our PhD program at the same campus, which is in University Technology Malaysia, under the same supervisor as well, Dr. Abdul Halim bin Abdullah. I'm happy to see you again, my brother. He received his master's and bachelor's program from Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto, Nigeria, 2014 and 2005 respectively. And he has also received recognition certificates from the Learn Africa NECO Excellence Awards 2013 and the National Mathematics Center for the Nigeria Math and Science Olympiad 2013. So many research interests that Dr. Nasiru Hassan already done. Among them, developing hearing impaired students' geometric thinking skills using VHI STEAM learning strategy in Sokoto State University, published in I think Key 3 International Journal of Education and Literature. Then the second one is in Scopus Key 3, I think, International Journal of Evaluation and Research in Education, entitled Rethinking Strategy on Learning School Geometry, Preliminary Investigation on Secondary School Students' Levels of Geometric Thinking in Sokoto State, Nigeria. And the third one is Mitigating Students' Negative Attitude Towards Learning Geometry and Adoption of VHI STEAM Learning Strategy, accepted for publication in Q1 as well, International Journal of Instruction. And so many publication that Dr. Nasiru Hassan already published in reputable journal. it means that he is an expert in STEM education, because so many publication related to the STEM education, and we are happy to having you, Dr. Nasir Hasan, to share your thoughts and perspective about STEM education, inshallah. And I think the attendees and participants waiting your thought. And then, without further ado, yeah, I would like to invite again Dr. Muhammad Nasir Hasan to deliver your speech about STEM education and impetus for sustainable innovation. The screen is yours, Doctor. Please proceed. Your time is 30 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for Q&A session. Time is yours, Dr. Nasiru.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. The head of faculties, head of department, my fellow faculty student, it is my pleasure to be with you in this morning here in Nigeria, and I would like also to thank the organizing of this global international conference on science, technology, and education by giving me the opportunity to speak or to share with my own little knowledge about the STEM education. But within this time given to me, I think I'm going to talk about the introduction and the overview of the STEM education, the metamorphosis of STEM education, and the inclusion of other discipline areas with the STEM education. And then also we are going to look at the challenges, the peculiar challenges I think that are more or less shared globally. And then also we look at some of the way forward, and that I think we can curtail or go away with those challenges. And lastly, maybe I will look at the conclusion of the article. As you can see, the title of the article or the title of the presentation is the STEM education and impetus for sustainable innovation. So in the introduction, I am trying to give a brief overview of what is happening today in the research. Research is basically now moved from traditional or conventional approach whereby a single individual with a single discipline will lock up himself in the laboratory to take a longer time before discovery of a of bringing an new innovation or breakthrough in science, breakthrough in technology to more of collaboration, whereby a number of disciplines will come together in order to share their ideas, to break through in science, bring innovations, develop other forces or 21st century skills, which I call forces, that is creativity, creative thinking, communication skills, among other things. One of the important model in the 21st century that provide breakthrough in science and technology and solving complex problems can be best achieved using collective ideas, as I have said earlier. You can see from the literature, it is the belief that knowledge and the skills from a single subject cannot help in solving a real life problem or complex problem of the world. You see, one of the important model in this 21st century that help individual students and individual researchers to break through in science, provide new innovations in technology, new way of solving complex issues in using mathematical idea, developing skills and the critical thinking on students are now moving toward a model known as what? STEM education. Literature found that STEM education received a lot of concern since World War II because of its importance in providing knowledge, skills, foundation to the students, developing workers toward innovation and the 21st century skills. It is also very important for one to ask why, what is the meaning of this STEM education? Although there is no single or clear definition or meaning of the STEM education, but I try to bring out some few examples according to some certain literatures. One of the literature is looking at it as an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But the others are of the view that it's an interdisciplinary area that involves 4 subjects, whereby researches, development of skills, development of thinking skills, creativity, communication skills, among other 21st century skills are done using this interdisciplinary approach. Others refer it to solving problem using idea from this individual discipline or using of procedures within this individual discipline and understanding concept or using a teamwork from this subject and solving complex problem in this century. If you can see from this slide that now globally the STEM is more than the acronym, but there is a system of approach, thinking approach that strive to develop understanding or strive to understand an interconnectedness between the field of inquiry or dynamic nature of the complex problem and the proposed solution within the real life complex. So now the STEM education is just more than that just use of acronym, but it is a system approach that helps one's in understanding, conceptual understanding of other issues or a complex problem that we have within our society. And the next one is an overview of STEM education. Because of this important and the given emphasis by many countries globally, many educational policies and reforms and the policies are taking place toward the promoting STEM education worldwide, globally, in all continents. Every country is trying as much as its own to change its policy. Reforms is ways of thinking from traditional approach of discovery to more of collaboration within this STEM subject. Some of the example is the United States of America. it has provided 5 strategy plan in order to focus on the 3 goals on its citizens in order to maintain the global competitiveness and promoting developing its citizens thinking toward breakthrough in science, providing innovations among others. One of them is building strong foundation for STEM literacy, whereby it try as much as it can to have an idea of using collaborative approach in order to build a strong foundation for the literacy in the STEM education, increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion of STEM for all. Then 3, preparing the STEM workforce for future breakthrough. This was obtained from the progress report on the implementation of the federal STEM education strategic plan on the United States of America. Similar development also can be seen in the Asian countries or Asian continent like mainland China, Japan, Singapore, among others, whereby they move toward designing STEM education policies, models, and the inclusion of this STEM education into the curriculum. We are not left in the African countries. Also consider it as a key. This STEM education was considered here in Africa, Nigeria inclusive, as a key for sustainable development. As such, policies were developed to promote this STEM education, as provided by United Nations report 2022. Why all this? Why everybody is eager to move in changing the policies, developing the inclusion of this STEM into the curriculum because of its importance in developing this 21st century 21st century skills, which include critical thinking, collaboration, economic growth, national security, communication, and the creativity. These are the main reasons. That is why many countries globally are striving, moving forward, making a lot of changes in order to make it seasonally to be above all other countries, in order to make it seasonally to have this 21st century skills. From this slide, you can see the top world competitive countries and the STEM education based on the competitive ranking and the STEM education were countries like Canada, Finland, Germany, Hong Kong, Ireland, Singapore, Sweden, Taiwan, United Arab Emirates, and the United States of America. They are among the top 15 world competitive ranking in the STEM education. Look at the picture here. I don't know whether it is clear there. You can see there people of the Republic of China were also ranked at the first, and the based on the Olympiad, 5 years Olympiad that has been taking care on the STEM education. Russia come first. Look at the Indonesia, is there 19. No African country was found there in the top 15 competitive countries. So also, if you will look at the domination of the research in the area, you can find out that these top African countries are the dominant countries when it comes to the research in the area of STEM education based on the Scopus database. You can see that United States was the highest, and then I think you can see Indonesia is there also, but also no African countries was featured here among the first 15 African STEM educations that are venture into the research of STEM education. Look at the also another issues. In spite of this consideration given to STEM education, African countries, in African countries, there is a great serious gap. That is one of the reasons why we see that in African countries like Nigeria, we are left behind in this issue of STEM education because there exists a gap between policy and the practice. There is a policy at the ground, but practice also we have a serious gap between the policy and the practice, as reported by the United Nations on 2022. That most of the African countries, as I say, Nigeria inclusive, are left behind in STEM education when compared to other parts of the world. Look at the diagram here. You can see East Asia and the Pacific, they have almost 25.6. And you can see that, look at the Africans there, look at the Europe and the Central Asia, when it comes to the undergraduate in the STEM education. In some African countries, for example, Nigeria, STEM subjects are considered and taught as a single subject, while teaching remain traditional. Lack of implementation of STEM plan and the structure issues in education policies are most of the problem in the African continent. That is why you can see they have gap in innovation capacity, and also economic development are stagnant. Unlike the other 15 top countries, there are more of innovation, more of economic development than most of the African countries, because of this gap that exists between policy and the practice in education. Development and the inclusion of other academic discipline. You can see because of the need of the STEM and the development of STEM by most of the most of the countries of the world, then there are serious improvement for the inclusion of other discipline. Like if we look at this diagram, it is going up from STEM to STEAM to STEAMs to eSTEAM up to STREAM, whereby you can see art are included also in order to develop communication, creativity, and the cultural identity of each and every country. Recreation also was art. Sometimes they call it robotic engineering, so that collaboration, teamwork, and the building of leadership was also developed among the citizens of the countries in the world. You can see also e-business. Sometimes they refer it as entrepreneurship, whereby entrepreneurship skills are embedded in the STEM education in order to develop the idea of business and the commerce among the countries of the world. The challenges. If you look at this, in spite of this improvement and acceptance gained by the STEM education globally, every country is striving as much as it can in order to find itself into the top country that lead the world in breakthrough in science, in breakthrough and innovations in technology, and developing critical thinking skills, leadership style, so that the country will be safe, will have a higher level of security, economic growth, development in the country, dominate other countries of the world, but still we have some serious challenges. And I have tried as much as I can to look at the problem across the globe. One of the major problems we have in STEM education is lack of qualified STEM professionals. including the top countries of the world. They don't have enough manpower for their own even country, even putting them into the other countries of the world. So this is one of the serious challenges that we have in the STEM education, lack of qualified STEM professionals. Two, research in STEM education is at emerging phases, emerging phase in some of the countries, and most of the, particularly in Africa. So which lacks scientific evidence that can be informed the development of the policy, theory, and the practice as well in those countries. So like in Nigeria now, the STEM education is at emerging phase. So and there are some of the countries in Africa we lack the research is lack a scientific evidence that can inform the development of this development of the policy and the theory of practice. Another one is lack of implementation of STEM plan and the structural issue in education policy in African countries. Like I have said from the beginning, 2 or 3 or 5 of my slide, I have mentioned that this is one of the major problems of the African countries. Some of the African countries, they have developed the policy, and the structure issues are there, and the plans are there, but the practice of the STEM education is also lacking, which create a lot of gap that brought about the problem of innovation in those countries and development in STEM education. The other one is issue of student interest on STEM education. A substantial number of the literature also inform us about this issue of interest on STEM education. Maybe because of the students were not given much adequate knowledge about the STEM education. So you find out that issue of interest is there in some of the countries, particularly in the African countries, whereby there are issue of structural issues in the educational sector of the Africans. What are the way forward regarding these challenges in spite of this need for the STEM education globally? One is that the governments shall put more attention on the establishment of the systems of the training system to emphasize adequate knowledge of STEM education. This could improve the development of professional STEM. This could help in improving the adequacy of the STEM professional globally, so that we can have more breakthrough in science, more breakthrough in technology, innovations in engineering, and then develop a critical thinking for solving complex problems within our society. There is also need to establish more policies that can help in building interest to college students to attend STEM programs. Yeah, policies, this could help. By doing so, I think the interest of students will be developed so that we have more and more people that are interested, more and more students that are interested in being part of the STEM profession. 3 is a teachers need to be encouraged to undergo regular in-service training, participate in workshops and conferences, so that they can strengthen their capacity as well as they help them to keep them abreast of the current trend in the STEM education. I think the reason behind this suggestion is that if the teachers are having vast knowledge in the STEM education, it could help in developing the interests of the student, so that we have more and more students that are interested in undergoing professionalism in the STEM education. And then the other one is provide a better structure and the environment that are suitable for STEM education. You can see this is one of the problems in most of the African countries. They lack better structure and better environment for suitable for STEM education. In this, government should encourage universities to set up a programs that aim to train STEM teachers. And the other one is incorporating STEM education into business strategy, which I think China, if I can remember, some of the Asian countries began to incorporate this business strategy in order to be leading business owners of the world. Through offering, how shall it be done? Yes, sir. Through offering apprenticeship, internship with the school and the universities, which help in developing interest of the student to STEAM or STEM. Jazakumullahu khairan. Thank you for listening this presentation. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Nasirul Hasan, for your thoughtful presentation. Now we open the Q&A session. Any of you participants want to ask the presenter, Dr. Nasirul Hasan? Okay, 1, 2, one more? Anyone? Okay, 3. Okay, please.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
Hello, doctor. First, my name is Muhammad Qayyum Taswadi, and I'm student of Business English Communication, Language and Linguistic Faculty. So, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation about STEM education. And my question is, how does integrating STEM education contribute to improving students' ability to effectively communicate scientific concepts to diverse audience? Because if I'm not mistaken, I see in your PPT there's like a diagram when STEM contribute to aspect like communication. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, great questions. How to incorporate STEM education to improve thinking, right? Literacy.
Okay, literacy. What?
Yeah. Thinking
incorporate STEM education into communication skills?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the next one. Please move forward.
Okay, thank you very much for your opportunity. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Andi Muhammad Ibnu Akbar from Faculty of Language and Literature on English Literature Study Program. So, sir, I would like to ask what are the most effective teaching strategies for promoting equitable access to STEM education and closing the gender and socio-economic gaps in STEM participation and achievements. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you. Nice question. It is about how to teach STEM education so we close gap between gender and equity and something like that, right? Okay. The next one is, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has given to me. My name is Febi Stefania Bantasik. I'm from ICP of Chemistry Education. My question is, how teachers can undergo regular in-service training to develop of STEM education? Because after the presentation in the last slide that has been explained, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding teachers, how to provide teachers so that they can intern or training in service, so they can develop their STEM skills. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Nasiru Hassan.
Okay. Mr. Muhammad asked questions about how a STEM, integrated STEM could be incorporated in the STEM, developing communication skills. I think the idea of improving communication skills come when the introduction of art into STEM education come into being. As you can see from that slide, that number 5, I mentioned the movement of STEM to STEAM, incorporating of art into that. There are a lot of things that are concerned about art. Collaboration is there, whereby you can improve your own communication skills in the process of what? Discussion about some certain issues. There are some certain scientific discovery that were developed as a result of what? Our own culture. They are built from our respective culture. So I think that is how incorporating of the communication skills come into the science, into STEM education. Hope I answered the question.
Okay.
I didn't hear much about the question of the second person, but I heard that the third one said that how can we undergo pre-service training on the STEM education? One can do that by venture into those universities that offer STEM training, or attending workshop, international workshop, and the international conferences on the STEM education. I think these are the two major places where one can have a training on the issue of STEM education. Thank you very much. Hope I provide the needed answers to the respective individuals.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Please.
Other colleagues here who can add more on what I have said.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. The second one is the question of the second participant is about how to teach STEM education so that we can improve, close up gap between gender. I think more inclusivity. That's a point, I think.
My speaker is doing somehow. Hello, sir.
Hello.
My speaker is doing somehow. I didn't hear you much. I have a problem here. I didn't hear much.
Okay.
What did you say?
The question of the second participant is how to teach STEM education so that we close gap between gender and more inclusivity.
Inclusivity.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Yeah, effective. Yeah.
You see, there are different approach to STEM education, sir.
Okay.
For the inclusiveness. we have different approach. If you can see, there are almost 5 models at which one can venture in. We have the combination of 2 or more discipline ideas. We have transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, all depending on the need, depending on what someone intends to do. So we have almost 4 models of integration of this STEM education. It can be of 2 disciplinary, it can be of 3, it can be also of 4, 5 disciplinaries, depending on what one is intended to use in the process of either investigation or breakthrough in science or developing innovations in technology, among other things. That is what I think about this effective way of integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nasiru Hasan. Again, please giving a round of appreciation, applause for our invited speaker. So, because there is information from the committee that only 3 questions we received because limited present. So, to sum up, ya, jadi intinya adalah STEM ini, pendidikan STEM. Sorry, Doctor, I use my Indonesian language because so many student here in Indonesia. Oke, jadi intinya adalah bahwa pendidikan STEM atau Science, Teknologi, Engineering, dan Mathematics, demand dari skill dan dunia kerja itu sangat tinggi. Sehingga bagaimana policies, kebijakan, dan kurikulum yang ada di sekolah perlu kita encourage, ya, to implement STEM. Dan bukan hanya mengajarkan satu bidang ilmu saja, misalnya matematika, sains, teknik atau engineering, tapi bagaimana incorporating atau bagaimana integrating STEM into one circumstances, ya, khususnya kita kalau mahasiswa lagi inten atau lagi KKN, PPL misalnya, itu di dunia kerja tidak hanya dibutuhkan saya matematika, hanya bisa matematika, tapi semuanya dibutuhkan. Jadi tukang tiba-tiba, jadi tukang sapu dan semuanya, itu diperlukan sehingga STEM ini sangat penting. Dan data yang ditunjukkan oleh Dr. Nasiru Hasan, ya, based on the statistics, diagram, ya, United States telah lama mengimplementasikan STEM dalam kurikulum pendidikan di sekolah mereka, sehingga menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan yang siap bekerja atau siap diterima di masyarakat sebagai lulusan yang menguasai sains, teknologi, engineering, dan mathematics. Dan masih lagi banyak lack of implementation STEM plans in around the world, especially in African countries. I think in Indonesian as well. This is an opportunity to explore more by conducting research in, especially in STEM education. So this is your opportunity, our opportunity as well, to explore more regarding STEM education. I think that's all. Thank you again for having us, Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan, for your thoughtful presentation, thought and perspective in STEM education. I think that's all. Now we are in end session. So again, please join me in giving a round applause to Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan for having us and sharing their knowledge regarding STEM education. So thank you, Doctor. We will end our session. Thank you so much. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, back to MC. Yeah.
I really appreciate and thank you for all this opportunity given to me.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. See you next event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our moderator and our speaker for the second session, and the next is the appreciation certificate will be given by our moderator for our speaker.
Okay, Dr. Nasiru Hasan, are you still
Thank you,
in the?
Doctor.
Yeah, we are appreciation certificate ceremony. So because you are online, we give you a certificate online, virtually, showing in the screen
Yes, I
as
have seen
our
it.
appreciation to you, and inshallah we will send you the file. Thank you again, Dr. Muhammad Nasiru Hasan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all for listening and the university giving me the opportunity to be part of this great gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, please give a round of applause for our moderator and our speaker in the second session, ladies and gentlemen. But before we proceed to the next session, of course, we have present for 3 students who already gave questions. So for those students, I know 3 of you, please come to the stage. And for the students who give question at the first session, do they already arrive? Please come to the stage as well. So once again, please come for those students, and please give a round of applause for those who already give a very nice questions in our session today. And I would like to invite our invited speaker to give the present. So I would like to invite Professor Kenji Arakawa to give the present for the first winner. Actually, not winner, but those who already give question. And also Professor Morita Horoyuki, Associate Professor Stephen Francis Burns, and we would also invite Dr. Pawida Rungsi and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad. So one invited speaker will give for one student. Congratulations. So it is very important for students to be critical, to always be curious. So we appreciate your curiosity, your enthusiasm. That's why we provide this present for students who already give very interesting questions to our invited speakers. And this is Dr. Pawida Rungsi, give the present for the 4th students. And the last one is Dr. Zaki, also give the present for the 5th students. Once again, give a round of applause, and maybe we can have a photo session between all the students and our invited speakers. We do hope that these students in the future can be well-known researchers as our distinguished invited speakers today. Thank you very much, professors, and congratulations for all the students.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next agenda. Invited speaker session 3. And in this session, we will have Dr. Pawida Rungsi from Maijo University, Thailand. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad from University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia. And Profesor Yasser Abdul Jawab PhD from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator today, Bapak Bustang SPD MSc PhD. Please give a round of applause for Bapak Bustang SPD MSc PhD. He is a lecturer from Faculty of Sport Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me hand over the session to the moderator.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I hope everyone is still with us, not falling asleep, because after lunch sometimes we fall asleep. So this is the last session for this conference today. So at the front, beside me, we have wonderful speakers. First one is Dr. Pawida Rungsi from Maijo University, Thailand. She's going to speak about fish management policy in Thailand. Can we see the her CV, please? Okay, so the first speaker for this session is Dr. Pawida Rungsi. She is from a program in politics and local government, Maijo University at Chumpong, Thailand. And her academic background, so she has 2 bachelor degree, one in political science from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open, and the other one, bachelor degree in economics from Maijo University, Thailand. And then doing her master's degree in political science from Chiang Mai University, Thailand, and also a PhD quite recently in 2020 in a public administration from Konkan University, Thailand. Dr. Pawida Rungsi is also published research in the topics or in the field of public policy, fishery management policy, and politics. So I think without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Pawida Rungsi to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pawida Rungsi. I am from Maijo University, Thailand. Today, I present topic Sea Fishing Management Policy in Thailand. Okay, objectives. Present an overview of sea fishing in Thailand. Present the development of sea fishing management policy in Thailand. And the last, present the policy and structure for sea fishing management in Thailand. Okay. Firstly, an overview of sea fishing in Thailand. Thailand has an area of 350,000 square kilometer. It has a coastline of 3,148 kilometer, including 23 coastal provinces. It consists of the Gulf of Thailand and the Andaman Sea. In the past, in 1998, there were fishing vessels from Thailand within the Indonesian sea boundary. They were from the Gulf of Thailand. The boats from Thailand fished in three areas: the Tatuna Sea of the northern part of Sumatra Island and in the Arafura Sea of the Irian Jaya district. In Thailand, the types of sea fishing used for catching aquatic animals are dividing into two types: artisanal fisheries and commercial fisheries. There are approximately around 32,000 fishing boats in Thailand. The most used equipment for fishing is the otter troll. The importance of fisheries in Thailand. First, seafood is a source of protein, health, and food security. The fisheries provide the country major export. During 2011 to 2020, Thailand catch aquatic animal was ranked 12 in the world. Employment in fisheries sector, approximately 180,000 people are employed in fishing, and more than 500,000 are employed in the downstream industry associated with the fishing sector. This slide shows the value of aquatic animal from fisheries during 2011 to 2020. In 2019, value of aquatic animal from fisheries maximum in 10 years is $4,041.49 million. The next, relation of public policy and sea fishing. The public policy has content and the results shape the life and future of citizens. The government make decisions on public policy and inform of them thought official statement, laws, rule, regulation, or judgments. Regarding government and fisheries management, aquatic animals are natural resources that are used by many people. The government, as the representative of the people, has a role in managing their utilization for the benefit of the majority. Okay, before I present about development of fishing management policy in Thailand, the keywords is fishing management. The keyword is fishing management. FAO describes fisheries management as an integrated process of data collection, analysis, planning, consultation, decision making, resources sourcing, and planning. This slide shows paradigm of fishing management. The paradigm of fisheries management consists of three paradigms: conservation paradigm, rationalization paradigm include economic growth too, and social or community paradigm are quality and value of life of the people in seaside community and fishermen. The policy maker must to balance each this paradigm. Development of sea fishing management policy in Thailand. Before 1961, the FAO sent experts to study the economic and technical issue related to the maintenance of agriculture resources. They suggest that the government should support fisheries to expand catches of aquatic sea animal and so develop sea fisheries product for export. In 1961, Thailand announced its first national economic and social development plan. According to the National Economic and Social Development Plan, the fisheries policy implementation is divided into 3 phases. The first period was 1961 to 1981. The government's aim was to use resources to create economic growth, so it supported sea fisheries. The second period was from 1982 to 2011. The fishermen caught such large amount of aquatic animal that it created a crisis as nature was unable to fully replace those taken. The deterioration of resources was joined by other issues affecting the fisheries in Thailand, such as human trafficking and illegal labor being used in the fishing sector. Also, Thai fishing boats catch in neighboring water. Example, on 2009, when the Indonesian government announced strict measures against foreign fishing boats' illegal fishing in Indonesian boundary waters, there were 41 fishing boat sizes. The government attempted to manage and solve the problem, but without success, as it was unable to control the entire fishery system. In the third period, from 2012 to 2015, see the Thai fisheries facing problems that had been accumulating for a long time. The government has failed to control the number of fishing boats, fishing equipment, and fishing area. They have also been unable to control the use of marine aquatic resources. There are conflicts between artisanal and commercial fishermen in many areas. The problem of human trafficking in illegal labor. Before 2015, the majority of workers in fishing industry were illegal. The Thai people don't like to work in commercial fishing. Most of the workers employed are foreigners. They did not receive labor protection and there were many cases of human trafficking. Example, on 2015, the Labor Rights Promotion Network Foundation or LPN helped laborers who were tricked into working on fishing boats upon escaping. They remained on the island of Ambon and Bejina in Indonesia. They were not documented, so could not return to their hometowns. During 2015 and 2014, the United States ranked the situation of human trafficking for women as being in the Tier 3, the lowest rank. On 2015, the EU warned Thailand that it could be labeled as a non-cooperation country in its fight against illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. The EU told Thailand to address the issue. If the government did not take action, the EU no longer import fisheries products from Thailand. Okay. The situation of illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing or IUU fishing in Thailand before 2015, there are fishing boats that do not have a boat license or without a fishing license. Many boats have neither a boat or fishing license. And illegal fishing include Thai boats illegally fishing in neighboring country waters.
Terus?
Okay. The Thailand, prior to the shift in sea fishing management policy in 2015, the Prime Minister used the 2014 Interim Constitution. Section 44 gave himself considerable power, issuing numerous NCPO, the name of coup d'etat, order to again address the fishing problems. A summary of guidelines issued by the NCPO as measure for implementation are: firstly, the government set up an organization for implementation, namely the Command Center for Combating Illegal Fishing, or commercial fishing vessel entering or exiting port had notified Port In and Port Out Control Center or people. Also, the government control included installing a vessel monitoring system or VMS on every commercial fishing boats. Secondly, the government set up a control system consisting of a one-stop service center for fishing entrepreneur and labor in the seaside province. The center was designed to help them to comply with the law. Thirdly, the government suppressed the illegal fishing boat and illegal fishing labor or worker. This measure includes arresting, offending, taking legal action, fine, destroying offending boat, and preventing illegal fishing boat from going out fishing. Early in the government action, fishing entrepreneurs were against the measure because they caused them losses. They protested the temporarily stopped sailing, but they were unable to withstand the power of the junta at that time. The government ordered the assigned government official to actually do their work. The penalty if they were found to be neglecting their duty. Later, the government was able to fully organize to the fisheries system. Okay. The government now had a clear fisheries management policy and action plan. The main law covering the management of the fisheries was the Royal Act on Fisheries 2015. The Royal Act contained 4 aims: to solve IUU fishing problems, to preserve the environment, to create internationally accepted fisheries standards, and to solve the problem of illegal fisheries workers. The policy-making steps were as follows. The Royal Act set target guidelines for provide policy for the National Fisheries Policy Committee. The committee formulated for a policy based on the proposal of the various subcommittee and the provincial Fisheries Committee. The National Fisheries Policy Committee determine fisheries policy and measure to control the fisheries in accordance with the policy. And the National Fisheries Policy Committee present policy to the Cabinet for approval within the Fisheries Management Plan. The plan was for a specific period and relevant agencies were tasked with implementing the policy. The policy to plan in accordance with the Royal Act on Fisheries 2015 and operate under the following action plans. National Action Plan on Preventing, Deterring and Eliminating RUU Fishing 2015 to 2019. Thailand Marine Fisheries Management Plan National Fisheries Policy 2015 to 2019. And upon expire, the Fishery Department adopted the Thailand Marine Fisheries Management Plan 2020 to 2024. This slide conclusion policy to plan. Fisheries management policy in Thailand since 2015 start from NCPO order to Royal Act on Fisheries 2015. The National Fisheries Policy Committee, Subcommittee and the Provincial Fisheries Committee are policy making and measure to control the fisheries. Next step. Cabinet for approval within the fisheries management policy. After Cabinet approved policy, Fisheries Department adopted the Marine Fisheries Management Plan and implementation for policy. Okay, relation of policy formulation process and policy implementation process on sea fishing policy in Thailand. First period start from NCPO order. So policy implementation process is top down. After when implementation policy, the government had process to decentralization. The province policy committee recommends solution for the fisheries problem in their area to the National Fisheries Policy Committee. Policy implementation is bottom down. There have been positive results from this operation. In 2016, the U.S. Department of State upgraded Thailand's status on the trafficking in person report from Tier 3 to Tier 2 on the watch list. Also, in 2019, the EU withdrew Thailand from the list of countries warned about IUU fishing. As the government can now control and manage the fisheries, there was been a recovery within those resources. The stock have become more abundant during 2016 to 2023 as the maximum sustainable yield and total allowable catch were calculated for commercial fishing licensing. In Thai water, the catch per unit of effort was found in this year to be 28.22 kg per hour, an increase of 1.47% from 2022, which has a volume of 27.81 kg per hour. Okay. The challenge of the government in future fisheries management. The challenge consists of many factors that may be difficult to control, including, firstly, promotion of offshore fisheries. Since 2017, The number of Thai fishing vessels fishing out of brown has tended to decrease. Secondly, climate change is affecting fisheries. Global warming in particular is a challenge to be met because it carries transboundary migration of aquatic animals. There is a change to aquatic animal stock distribution, which can produce effects that lead to conflict in accessing the resources at local, national, and regional level. The conclusion, I would like to reflect that the politic power available during the coup period play an important role in successfully transforming that fishery system. However, in the future, the government must decentralize power at all parties, particularly the stakeholder. The Fisheries Committee has representatives from the Commercial Fishery Association and the Artisanal Fishery Association. These need a greater role in the fisheries co-management alongside the state. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pawida, for the insightful presentation. I think we're going to proceed to the next speakers. So we're going to have all the speakers presenting, and then in the end we have a parallel Q&A session. So next we'll invite our second speaker. Can we see? Yeah, yes, here we go. The second speaker is Associate Professor. Please. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad. He is from the School of International Studies, University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia. His education background. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad has a PhD degree in maritime policy from Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, University of Wollongong, Australia. And also he is the alumnus of the German Academic Exchange Services International Dean's Course 2014-2015. His research interest lies within the topic of issues and challenges on maritime security and policy, including illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So more or less similar with Dr. Pawida. Some of his previous research is about accessibility of the studies in international relations, enhancing students' academic writing skills and strategies through feedback spiral approach on group, and also reformulating Malaysian sport competitive strategies. So without further ado, let us welcome our second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad. Please, Prof.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. How are you guys doing today? Okay. Hari ni hari sore ke hari apa dipanggil? Alright, hanging there. We still have a few more hours to go before our seminars end. My name is Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad. I'm from University Utara, Malaysia. So basically, it's a university located in the north of Peninsular Malaysia in the state of Kedah, just the border of Malaysia and Thailand. Okay. Alright. Okay. There's the slides there. Alright. I'm fortunate because my area of expertise is basically mostly on illegal fishing, IUU fishing. Similar, nearly the topics almost similar to the one that been presented just now by Dr. Pawida. But fortunately, I've decided to change my presentation at the last minute. So my topic is basically is about innovations and collaborations. But I think the first thing that I would like to start is to mention about or questioning myself or asking myself, what do the Apple iPhone, Human Genome Project, and International Space Station all have in common? So perhaps I think one of the important answer that quite related to my topic is that all these so-called cooperations, intended to produce innovations as well as so-called discovering new knowledge for the benefit of the humankind, except for Apple, because Apple is trying to produce consumer products. But achieving or attaining this innovation still requires some form of efforts, and that efforts can be achieved through so-called collaborative research across multidisciplinary fields. Okay, so basically today I'll be discussing how innovations can be achieved through a collaborative research initiative involving diversity of fields, particularly at the university level. And my presentation is entitled Working Beyond Silos, Strengthening Innovation Through Research Collaborations Across Multidisciplinary Fields. So basically what I will be presenting today is about information or from my observation regarding these so-called efforts at university level, particularly at UUM, in terms on how to achieve or how to promote the so-called collaborations in the field of research involving multiple disciplines or even cross-disciplines. Right. It is important to highlight that innovation has always been the driving force behind progress and growth in our globalized world. It is also the catalyst to propel societies forward, shaping industries, addressing complex problems and challenges. In the field of so-called in this current world, today more than ever, we find ourselves in an era where innovation is not only desirable, but essential for our collective advancement. Hence, I stand before you today to discuss about a very important topics in our rapidly evolving world, the significance of strengthening innovation across a broad spectrum of human life. And as an academician at University Utara Malaysia, so I have personally witnessed the transformative power from various from various challenges of fostering collaborations among researchers from multiple fields of studies, both within and outside university. So basically, what I would like to talk today is about sharing my observation and experience with regard to these so-called efforts to pursue and to establish research that will involve scholars, researchers, scientists, and so forth across the fields. Bear in mind that myself is mostly, my field of study mostly concentrate on law of the sea, marine policy, as well as social sciences. But it is important for me to also be aware of that I also need to expand the scope of my research, not only within the field of my expertise, but also across disciplines. So that means that if I want to do research, I would like to also invite participants coming from engineers, maybe coming from psychologists, to produce some form of output that can be comprehensive and holistic. So the reason why I'm here today is basically just to share my experience with all of you. At the same time also, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the platform to share my observation and experience with all of you today. Now, it is important for me before we dive into the topics of innovations through research collaboration across multidisciplinary fields, I would like to address the two most common misconceptions on innovations. I think firstly, innovation is not restricted to the creations of new products for public consumption. Innovation goes beyond tangible outcomes, something that can be touched or seen, and intangible outcome, something that we cannot touch or see. But of course, some of the so-called intangible outcome include advancement in process, in system, business model, and organization practice. So in the end, when we talk about innovation, it's not solely about products. Okay. Now, the second misconception, which is something related to academic field, is that researcher or lecturer in university should not view innovations confined exclusively to his or her domain of knowledge and expertise. While specialized knowledge and expertise are essential for a researcher, one can greatly benefit from knowledge, innovative ideas, or outcome acquired through interdisciplinary collaborations and the integrations of diverse perspectives from multiple disciplinary fields. So that means that if you one day, when you become an expert, so for example, like being a psychologist, for example, and if you want to do research, I would like to encourage you to take the opportunity to forge cooperations, not only with your peers, especially psychologists, but also try to have some form of research collaborations with different disciplines, okay, with peoples with different disciplines, okay, that can be engineers, it can be statisticians, it can be nutritionalists. So these are some of the things that I would like to highlight today. Now, one also need to remember that while specialized knowledge and expertise are essential for researcher, one can greatly benefit from knowledge, expertise, and so forth. So that's the common misconceptions on innovations, the two major ones. I would like to highlight that breaking free from the culture of working in silos is essential for fostering innovations and addressing complex and interconnected global issues. The traditional approach of confining research within the boundaries of single disciplines often prevent the utilization of diverse resources, ideas, and expertise, and even access to opportunities. This is quite problematic, actually, for those who are involved in social science fields, particularly law, because our focus mostly in our research and in our publication, we only analyze law rather than taking into account the impacts of such law to community or to the stakeholders. So it is important for us when we want to do legal research, we also need to take account the interests of those who will be affected by the newly revised or newly introduced law. So again, corporations from different backgrounds, from different disciplines are critical, actually. And I would like also to so-called highlight that by engaging experts from various fields and fostering a culture of knowledge sharing and explorations, innovative solutions can emerge that transcend the boundaries of one's own disciplines. Surely it will create more creativity and foster novel approaches, because we are mobilizing different scholars with different expertise and from different disciplines, and surely they can provide some form of new ideas that we ourselves never realize it. All right. I think what I would like to focus now is to discuss about the differences between multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research collaborations. When looking into the multidisciplinary research collaborations, we are referring to so-called, basically it involves researchers from different disciplines working independently on common problems or research questions. So each researcher brings their own disciplinary knowledge to the table, but they do not necessarily interact or communicate with each other or integrate their findings. For example, a team of engineers, biologists, and chemists work independently to develop a new drug. Meanwhile, when we discuss about cross-disciplinary research, we are focusing more on going a step further than multidisciplinary research by requiring different disciplines to interact with each other and integrate their finding. Hence, this means that basically researchers from different disciplines must learn to speak each other's language, and they should understand each other's perspective too, yeah, because they are from different disciplines. For example, like a team of scientists from a variety of disciplines, including biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and economics, study the Earth climate system and its response to human activities. Because given the complexity of so-called Earth's climate system, there's a need to have different experts, yeah, different scholars from different fields, yeah, to see the impacts of this Earth climate system to humans' activities. Now, what are the benefits of research collaborations involving multiple disciplines? There are a number of them. Perhaps I think the first one will be collaborative research involving multiple disciplines can lead to improved research quality. And this is because different researchers bring different perspective and approach to the research. And such collaborations can so-called bring access to new data sets, allowing researchers to explore previously untapped sources of information. It can also help to identify and address blind spots, ensuring a more comprehensive and rigorous examinations of the investigated subject matter. This collaborative approach also fosters a sense of community among the researchers, and thus producing more comprehensive and rigorous research results. And the second benefits of research collaborations involving multiple disciplines is that this type of collaborations also encourage a culture of knowledge sharing and exploration within academia, enhances the collective wisdom of the community. This approach enables researchers to access a broader spectrum of knowledge and expertise, fostering the development of fresh and innovative research ideas and enabling more effective research conduct. Thirdly, interdisciplinary research can lead to solutions to complex social problems and positively impact to communities. Because why? Because there will be a broad range of scholars, experts who can contribute in finding solutions and thus can benefit the society. And lastly, adopting an interdisciplinary research approach can enhance individual career. This is very important to those who are inspired or currently being so-called lecturers or academicians. By collaborating with researchers from other universities and research centers, he or she can build a network of so-called contacts, a network of professional contacts. This expanded network would open doors to new opportunities and funding, publications, and overall professional development can be achieved. So the key word here is that you want to interact with other actors that possess different disciplines than you. This allows you to open up the opportunity for you not only to establish a networking with your colleagues, but also it allows you to have some form of opportunity to be contacted by the relevant researchers. If there is an opening, for example. So for example, like myself, when I started to my academic career, what I did is that I tried, with the help from my seniors, to establish networking from different scholars from different disciplines. So and quite often when there is so-called research projects, especially when it's involved a very comprehensive output, they will contact me because they don't have the expertise, so they need to find somebody who have that expertise in that particular area. Okay, right. Right. So over the last decades, there has been a noticeable trend at UUM, whereby my university has begun to recognize and prioritize the promotion and pursuit of research collaborations that extend beyond a singular disciplines. It's true that since it's established way back in 1984, it does place a strong emphasis on research, but that research usually does not relate to transboundary, transdisciplines approach. So it's only for the last 1 decade or so that my universities started to actively promote the need for their respective lecturers or its lecturers to start to build up or to set up research collaborations with other actors with different disciplines. This is very important. This approach is very important. It's particularly because considering that University Utara Malaysia is established as a public university with a focus on management. So basically, we do not have any so-called pure science-based programs, and hence we do not have any engineering and so-called medical faculties at this moment. So our focus is mostly focusing on management side, especially business administrations and social sciences. Perhaps I think one of the earliest strategies adopted by UM to strengthen research, especially interdisciplinary research collaborations, is the creation of an enabling ecosystem. This ecosystem is evident through the implementations of various institutional, policy, and procedural mechanisms designed to so-called give incentive, coordinate, and facilitate research collaborations, including those that span multiple disciplines. The university has established a dedicated research centers and institute that act as a catalyst for interdisciplinary research initiatives. Among the prominent centers at the Research and Innovation are Research and Innovation Management Center, RMSC, the Center of University Industry Collaborations, UIC, and a number of what we call Center of Excellence, COE. So basically, in UUM, every faculty or every school, we call school, we do have so-called designated Center of Excellence, whereby this Center of Excellence act as so-called a research institute that promote research cooperations within the university as well as outside of the university. Now, these centers play a crucial role in identifying, coordinating, and disseminating information about potential research projects that involve collaborators or collaborations among researchers across various disciplines. Additionally, these institutes serve as connecting hubs where experts and stakeholders from different fields converge, fostering fruitful partnerships and encouraging the exchange of ideas. Another initiative adopted by UUM involved the introductions of key performance indicators, KPI, for individual lecturers and school or faculties. These KPI are seamlessly integrated into the lecturers' annual performance appraisal process and are essential criteria for their job promotions. The university used this KPI as a benchmarking to monitor the progress of individual and school engagement in research activity, including those that cover multiple disciplines of studies. Moreover, RMIC, which is the main research center in UUM, so basically their task is basically to act as a coordinator as well as promoter of research activities in UUM. It does make efforts to communicate KPIs to relevant stakeholders through a series of town halls and so-called road shows. So the information is there. They keep communicating with the relevant schools and faculties so that any new information with regards to research opportunity will be shared with every faculties or departments in UUM. UUM is also actively involved in seeking and providing research grant and funding. So to expand the networks of donors, the university actively communicates with public and private funding agencies to obtain information about the availability of such funding. And UUM, being a management-focused university, it appears that despite of that fact, its lecturers have successfully obtained cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary research projects, mostly funded by private sectors and state agencies, including Zakat Kedah, Agency Anti Dadah Kebangsaan basically is a government agencies on drugs trafficking, anti-drug trafficking, as well as a number of private banks, including CIMB. I'm not really sure here in Indonesia, even in Thailand, CIMB is well-established bank here, right? Yeah. So we managed to get funding from the bank. In addition to relying on external funding, UM is proactive in allocating research grant for its own academic staff. We do offer a number of grants for our staff, and unfortunately, in my opinion, most of the research grant is focusing only a single discipline's approach rather than multidisciplinary approach. And lastly, UM through our RMSC provides training and capacity programs to enhance research capacity among lecturers and researchers. Scholars and experts from other tertiary institutions, as well as government and industry practitioners, are invited to provide training and share their experience and expertise with lecturers. So what are the challenges that currently facing? Despite that UM has made some form of positive progress, there are also a number of challenges that hinder the initiation and implementations of interdisciplinary research activities. I think the first one will be different cultures among disciplines and faculties, which become quite problematic actually. These differences may include communication styles, work approach, and research prioritization, all of which can be underlying factors that may delay results and even generate conflicts among team members when conducting interdisciplinary research projects, let alone, for example, like because of the differences in terms of their work ethics, attitudes, and prioritizations, many of the research projects that involve multidisciplinary areas have been put in the back burners because of that differences. The second challenge of setting up multidisciplinary research collaboration is mistrust among the university faculty members and even outsiders. Given that faculty members in different disciplines may not often communicate with each other on a regular basis, this can lead to a lack of understanding and trust, and thus make it difficult to establish research collaboration between them. And mistrust and conflict among different stakeholders is also the factor that discourages research collaboration across various disciplines. As is often the case, lecturers, especially the junior lecturers, fail to basically obtain funding, particularly from the private sectors. This is due to the lack of trust from the donor or absence of strong networking. So one can conclude that building trust between the researchers and external donors demands considerable time and efforts. Yeah, it is not a shortcut. It requires some time to build up that networking and as well as eventually develop that trust between the lecturer as well as the donors. Resource competition is another obstacle as universities faculty members from various disciplines competing for limited resources like funding, even space, and even staff. Yeah? These competitions to a considerable extent foster rivalries and even resentment. This condition prompted the need for the university to plan and allocate resource allocation across the disciplines, and compounding these challenges is the limited awareness among researchers of the availability of various transdisciplinary research funding offered by external agencies. Lastly, the divergence of priorities at the school and program level pose challenges in finding common ground for collaborations. Different schools have different priorities to pursue or challenges to address. Balancing teaching, research, service to community, and publication can redirect resources away from research activities, which may result in missed opportunities and a potential loss of focus for forging research collaborations activities. So what are the lessons that can be learned from UUM? I think the first one, based from my observations, the first one will be, I think, establishing a clear and precise goals, objective, and expected outcomes from your lecturers or from the academicians. It is vital because why we have these goals, objective and expected outcomes early on, especially in the early years, is to ensure that all of them can guide the researchers regarding the need to engage in research collaborations projects involving team members from diverse disciplines. This also include defining the key performance indicator or KPI, that the one that I mentioned just now, which can help gauge their performance, especially when successfully establishing research projects. Universities can assist faculty members in aligning their priorities by creating common research goals and objectives, which can be found through strategic planning and budgeting process. Hence, the need to make sure that before any execution of plans or programs or projects, make sure that you do have some form of so-called strategic planning put in place. The second lesson is the cultivation of effective communication. Universities should encourage faculty members from different disciplines to communicate with each other, providing opportunities for them to meet and interact. Regular meetings, road shows, town hall sessions, and even friendly matches between faculties should be created, should be implemented. And another aspect that relates to lesson learned from what UM has been practices is that the need to forge a respect and trust, which is a very key element for successful research collaborations. Nurturing a culture of respect and familiarity with the diverse expertise of researchers from various fields is very important. This involves encouraging mutual trust among team members to create an environment of open and collaborative research. Regular interactions among faculty members at the university, including such as conference, seminars, and training workshops, can contribute to this objective. Donor trust is equally critical in ensuring a consistent flow of external funding. Such trust can be achieved if the research team successfully completes research projects on time and maintain high standards of report quality. It is a common, actually, it's not rare to say that, or to argue that despite the fact that a team of researchers managed to complete their report, it does not mean that the donor or the recipient of the report will be satisfied or are satisfied with the quality of the report. Hence, it is important to ensure that the quality of the report or the quality of the outcomes of the projects are acceptable by the donors. Okay, this is very important because we want to have a sustained relationships with them. And in order to achieve that, it is important for us to ensure that we do have that trust coming from them. Another aspect, or the last aspect, is to raise awareness. Identifying complementary disciplines that can benefit from research collaborations is vital because active engagement with academic institutions, funding agency, and industrial partners through networking initiatives strengthen the reach and potential of collaborative research endeavors. In conclusions, interdisciplinary collaborations and a culture of knowledge sharing and explorations have driven and will continue to drive positive outcomes and innovations at both the academic and societal level. Fostering collaborations among researchers from diverse disciplines and expertise can lead to innovative solutions to complex problems. And lastly, the approach of these so-called collaborations in research benefits not only the community, but also individual researchers, especially the opportunity for him or her to set up or to expand their networks, their networkings with other external stakeholders. So with that, I thank you so much, and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki, for a very insightful presentation about the importance of research collaborations across multidisciplinary or across disciplines. Okay, so we have a very limited time, so we move to the next speaker, the last speaker for this session. Professor Yasser Abdul Jawad, PhD. He is lecturer, professor in the electronic engineering department from the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Negeri Makassar. His academic background, Prof. Yasser Abdul Jawad finished or getting his bachelor degree in telecommunication engineering from Hasanuddin University in 1997. And then continuing his study to pursue Master of Science in Electronic and Engineering Management from South Westphalia University of Applied Science in Germany. He finished in 2007, and his Doctor of Philosophy in the field of electronics from University of the West of England, Bristol, United Kingdom in 2013. Prof. Yasser Abdul Jawad mainly doing research in the field of biomedical data processing and biosensor data processing. Some of his recent research including, for example, brown algae extract prepared by indigenous microbe fermentation enhanced tomato germination parameters, published in Biocatalysis and Agricultural Biotechnology Journal. Also, evaluation of an Android-based application for monitoring the spread of COVID-19 in real time. There are a lot of publications from Professor Yasser Abdul Jawad, but because we have a very limited time, so without further ado, let us please welcome Professor Abdul Jawad for his keynote presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat siang semuanya. Thank you very much for the committee to give me the opportunity to stand here to present my research. But if you don't mind, I prefer to speak in Indonesia. Do you mind? Berapa baterainya sekarang? Tinggal berapa baterainya? Masih di atas 50%, 60%? 23% katanya. Jadi saya tidak akan lama-lama supaya kita cepat selesai, kita cepat pulang semua. Okay. Terima kasih. I apologize to the other speakers that this time I would like to deliver the presentation in Indonesia. Pada kesempatan ini saya akan berbicara tentang electric cell substrate impedance sensing and data processing. Seperti sudah disampaikan sebelumnya. Lanjut. Ya, jadi saya sebut saja HEIS ya, HEIS. HEIS ini sebenarnya adalah alat atau teknik yang dipakai untuk mengukur bagaimana sebuah sel, atau bukan sebuah sel sih, beberapa sel, perkembangan sel secara elektronik, secara elektrik. Jadi bagaimana perkembangannya, bagaimana dia berkembang biak dan seterusnya. Intinya seperti itu. Jadi ada beberapa definisi yang disampaikan oleh beberapa orang, tetapi intinya sebenarnya adalah kita memonitor biologi sel ya, bukan sel yang lain-lain. Ini sel biologi. Itu bagaimana dia berkembang, bagaimana dia berubah bentuk selnya ketika diberikan perlakuan. Jadi intinya seperti itu. Silakan lanjut. Nah ini dia, ini gambaran sebuah sel. Mungkin belum pernah dilihat. Jadi yang bagian kiri itu gambaran sebuah sel. Jadi sel biologi. Nah sel biologi ini bisa kita analogikan dengan, kalau di elektronika bisa kita analogikan dengan resistor dan kapasitor. Karena ada beberapa komponen yang mungkin ya karena di antaranya misalnya di sel ini punya hambatan, terus ada di elektriknya. Jadi sel ini bisa dianalogikan dengan resistor dan kapasitor. Ya. Lanjut. Nah ini juga salah satu contoh. Jadi ini ada contoh misalnya satu sel ini itu diberikan gelombang elektrik atau elektromagnetik, maka kalau di dalam kita berikan dia frekuensi dalam bentuk frekuensi rendah, maka selnya akan tidak terlewati. Ya, jadi kalau dia diberikan gelombang electric field, itu selnya tidak terlewati. Tetapi kalau kita berikan dia gelombang tinggi dengan frekuensi tinggi, frekuensi itu akan melewati sel. Ya, jadi prinsipnya seperti itu. Dan yang ketiga itu akan terjadi perubahan kalau misalnya di sel itu ada lubang sedikit, ya ada lubang sedikit, itu perubahan flux daripada gelombang itu akan berubah, ya. Jadi intinya seperti ini. Lanjut, bisa dilanjutkan. Nah ini mungkin bertanya, ini untuk apa sih Pak dipakai yang HIS ini? Jadi di sini ada beberapa sering dipakai di deteksi untuk mikroorganisme, terus apa lagi? Yang lain-lain ada ya. Tetapi yang saya pakai di sini ini untuk penemuan obat-obatan sebenarnya. Jadi ada hubungannya dengan penemuan obat-obatan. Nanti kita bisa lihat nanti sebentar bagaimana alat ini bisa kita gunakan untuk melihat bagaimana sel ini itu bereaksi ketika diberikan beberapa perlakuan dengan bahan kimia yang berbeda, ya. Atau kita sebut di sini toksin, ya. Oke, bisa dilanjut. Nah ini dia. Ini prinsipnya sebenarnya. Jadi di sini ada dua mungkin di sini bisa dilihat yang di bagian atas ini. Jadi yang hitam itu yang di bagian bawah, yang hitam cuma nggak bisa di sini ya. Itu ada dua plat istilahnya, dua elektroda yang diberikan kepada sebuah sel. Nanti jika ada dua elektroda, maka ketika diberikan tegangan dua elektroda ini akan menghasilkan gelombang gelombang elektrik, ya, electric field istilahnya. Dan yang di bagian kanan ini cara pengukurannya. Jadi yang kita ukur di sini sebenarnya adalah impedansi. Impedansi ini, wah saya tidak tahu di sini. Saya tidak mau ingin jelaskan karena saya yakin banyak yang bukan dari teknik. Jadi impedansi ini tahanan sebenarnya, ya. Nilai tahanan. Dari kalau kita berikan dia arus bolak-balik. Jadi sesuatu tahanan kalau kita berikan arus bolak-balik maka dia menghasilkan yang namanya impedansi. Silakan dilanjut. Nah ini contoh. Jadi ini salah satu contoh. Nah ini yang di bagian kiri gambarnya itu contoh cara mengukurnya. Yang di bagian kanan itu sensornya, yang warna emas itu sensor, ya. Jadi nanti selnya itu ditaruh di atas sensor-sensor ini yang warna-warna kuning ini, dan selanjutnya nanti diukur dengan menggunakan alat ukur yang seperti diperlihatkan. Ini metode 1. Selanjutnya ini juga metode 2. Prinsipnya hampir sama. Jadi Anda boleh lihat tadi, kalau yang tadi polanya ada yang bulat-bulat kan kalau nggak salah. Nah ini dia garis-garis lurus. Jadi tergantung. Selanjutnya, nah ini yang saya gunakan seperti ini, ya. Dia bentuknya seperti koin, terus ada belahan di tengahnya. Jadi yang dimaksud dengan plat 2 elektroda tadi itu yang 2 ini yang tadi. Di sini ada berapa sensor? 1 2 3 4 8, ada 8 sensor. Jadi biasanya kita taruh 8 percobaan di sini. Tapi ini alatnya ya, ini bukan yang saya gunakan, tapi prinsipnya hampir sama dengan ini, ya. Oke, lanjut. Nah ini sel preparationnya. Ini mungkin ada hubungan barangkali dengan Pak Saki, Prof Saki, bahwa ada interdisciplinary research Pak Saki ya. Jadi di sini di cell preparation ini sebelum kita melaksanakan percobaan, sel ini harus disiapkan. Selnya disiapkan, ini biasanya butuh waktu 3 hari. Itu kalau sukses. Kalau tidak sukses dia jamuran, nah kita ulang lagi 3 hari selanjutnya. Jadi bayangkan kalau saya mau ambil data, itu ada seratusan. Kalau saya ambil data seratusan, 100 kali 3 hari, berarti 300 hari. Kalau untung, punna upak. Punna upak, kalau upak itu syukur sekali nih. Yang biasa terjadi kalau kita taruh, biasa kena jamur, kena bakteri, nah terpaksa mengulang lagi 3 hari selanjutnya lagi. Jadi biasanya kita perhitungkan ya lumayan lama, ya jadi lumayan lama. Ya jadi ada sel yang, jadi ACV304 cells ini sel kanker. Sel kanker. Jadi saya sendiri waktu masuk ke laboratoriumnya bergetar tangan saya. Jangan sampai sel kankernya pindah ke saya, waduh bahaya ini. Jadi kalau kita masuk, saya sendiri, waktu saya masih ingat waktu masuk, ini saya ceritakan pengalaman saya, butuh waktu 1 tahun saya masuk di laboratoriumnya mereka. Karena banyak prosedur, banyak aturan-aturan yang harus dipenuhi, baru mereka izinkan masuk. Karena di dalamnya bukan laboratorium biasa, ada di sana di laboratorium penyakit, jadi bisa jadi penyakitnya tersebar dan segala macam, jadi sangat hati-hati, ya. Jadi ini biasanya 2 atau 3 hari, 3 atau 4 hari baru kita bisa dapat satu sel, dalam satu petri sel. Ya bisa lanjut, silakan dilanjutkan. Nah ini dia contoh sel, bisa diputarkan filmnya. Ini saya bawa film. Nah ini dia, ini selnya, ini Anda boleh lihat yang pertama itu masih apa? Ini ada berapa ratus sel di dalamnya. Jadi selnya kelihatan bulat. Tetapi ketika dia dikasih, kalau di sini kami kasih dia namanya hidrogen peroxide, selama 3 jam dia semakin mengecil, ya, karena dikasih racun. Sama juga kalau kita dikasih racun, tubuh kita akan semakin kurus, semakin mengecil. Prinsipnya hampir sama, ya. Jadi yang ini sel SCV304 itu kita kasih dia dengan hidrogen peroxide selama 3 jam. Jadi bentuknya seperti ini. Jadi Anda boleh lihat ini masih pertama, tapi terakhir. Nah ini sudah kelihatan, sudah mulai. Ini yang paling ini yang awal ini ya. Jadi ini kan terputar ulang filmnya ya. Jadi ini ini sudah terakhir ini. Sudah kena. Nah ini sudah terpapar sama hidrogen peroxide selama 3 jam ya. Oke, silakan dilanjut Pak. Nah ini dia gambar selnya kalau kita perhatikan. Jadi di sini kami memakai 4 toksin, 4 ini. Yang pertama hidrogen peroxide, yang kedua DMSO, yang ketiga saponin. Yang satunya dia paling atas itu kontrol. Jadi sel ini harus kita pakai untuk mengontrol, maksudnya kita jadikan landasan. Yang kontrol ini kita jadikan landasan, yang tiganya kita jadikan bahan percobaan. Karena semua percobaan biasanya harus ada kontrolnya. Ya, kalau tidak ada kontrolnya agak susah. Nah di sini kita boleh lihat di samping kanan bahwa ternyata selama dikasih ketiga jenis toksin ini, itu ada menit pertama, menit ke-80 dan menit ke-120 ya. Jadi itu bisa dilihat bahwa di bagian kontrol yang sebelah paling kiri itu ukurannya tidak terlalu berkurang, tetapi yang bagian kanan Anda boleh lihat bahwa setiap dia berpindah dari 1 menit ke 80 menit, ukurannya semakin berkurang, dia pindah ke 180 menit lagi, dia semakin berkurang lagi. Jadi intinya seperti itu. Tapi dari ketiga jenis toksin ini berbeda-beda dampaknya kepada sel tidak sama. Jadi Anda boleh lihat di situ ada yang langsung, misalnya dia langsung mati atau tidak, atau dia pelan-pelan, itu tergantung dampak daripada toksin yang diberikan. Jadi jadi mungkin ada yang dari matematik di sini, karena ini saya jadikan perbandingan dengan apa yang saya lakukan, apa yang kami lakukan, itu kami ambil, jadi gambar sel itu kami ambil dan kami ukur satu-satu, itu pakai aplikasi namanya ImageJ, ya. Itu kita pakai, kita ukur berapa luasannya tiap-tiap sel ya untuk setiap perlakuan dan kita ambil ya. Sampai sini paham ya? Oke, kita lanjut. Nah, ini alat yang kita pakai untuk mengukur yang tadi yang gambar yang seperti itu elektrodanya dan dipakai untuk mengukur. Di situ saya berapa? 54 sampel yang sudah kira-kira nih tadi. Satu sampel 4 hari, 3 hari kali 54. Itu kalau ini ya, kalau berhasil ya. Nah ini sirkuit diagramnya, gambar ininya. Silakan lanjut Pak. Nah ini dia. Ini lab eksperimen yang ada di tempat saya. Ini tidak ada alat yang hebat-hebat di sini. Alatnya semua sederhana. Bahkan yang satu ini kami buat sendiri, yang bagian tengah itu kami buat sendiri. Jadi alatnya cuma itu. Ya. Hanya itu saja. Jadi yang membingungkan kadang kan biasa kalau kita orang-orang yang kuliah di luar negeri, kalau dapat dapat kuliah di luar negeri hebat-hebat, ya. Alatnya hebat-hebat. Pas pulang ke Indonesia, aduh, langsung lemes lagi. Ya, tapi yang alat saya pakai ini kebetulan alat yang kami buat sendiri di sana. Jadi saya dengan teman-teman buat sendiri. Dan alatnya hanya ini yang kami pakai. Komputer dan beberapa alat. Oke, silakan lanjut Pak. Ah, ini hasilnya. Jadi hasilnya ini Anda boleh seperti lihat bahwa terjadi perbedaan hasil pengukuran ketika dilakukan ini istilahnya dipapar dengan hidrogen peroksida. Tadi kebetulan ini yang saya punya gambarnya. Jadi gambarnya ini memperlihatkan bagaimana efek dari hidrogen peroksida tersebut terhadap sel selama 1 jam, 2 jam, 3 jam, dan kelihatan di sini bahwa terjadi perubahan Terjadi perubahan sinyal. Ya, silakan lanjut Pak. Nah, sinyal yang tadi ini kita proses. Jadi yang bagian di atas tadi itu kita sebut dengan biomedical engineeringnya, tapi pemrosesan datanya lain lagi. Jadi yang sekarang ini kita proses datanya. Tadi itu pengukurannya, baru pengukuran, belum diproses datanya. Ya, baru diukur. Nah, sekarang diproses. Jadi kalau di sini yang saya pakai itu namanya wavelet packet transform. Jadi wavelet packet transform ini itu membagi 2 sinyal. Yang pertama sinyal rendah dan dengan frekuensi rendah dan sinyal dengan frekuensi tinggi, dan itu terus dilakukan berkali-kali. Jadi kalau 2 kali dilakukan, kalau yang sampai yang kedua ini itu kita sebut dengan level 2. Yang pertama ini level 1, level 2 dan level 3, ya. Bisa dilanjut. Ya, jadi yang saya lakukan itu hanya sampai level 2, ya. Jadi level 2, kalau di level 2 tadi berarti ada 4, ya. Ada 4, berarti yang pertama itu LL, low, terus yang rendah itu kan dibagi lagi, berarti low dengan low high. Terus yang high-nya itu dibagi 2 lagi, jadi high low dengan high high. Jadi LL ini low, L high itu low high, HL itu high low, dan HH itu high high. Ya. Jadi ini dibagi lagi, kita bagi proses. Dan terus selanjutnya kalau sudah dibagi bagaimana? Nah, ini ada beberapa metode yang biasa dipakai, tetapi yang kami pakai dulu ini untuk mengurangi jumlah datanya. Kalau seperti ini kan jumlah datanya banyak. Bagaimana sekarang pikiran bahwa kita jumlah data yang tadi banyak itu dikompres, istilahnya dikurangi tanpa mengurangi informasi yang ada di dalamnya, ya. Yang kita biasa disebut dengan dimensionality reduction. Jadi yang kita lakukan di situ, yang kami lakukan adalah sum of positive, sum of negative, and difference. Kalau matematika biasa mungkin bisa pakai yang lain, contohnya bisa pakai mean, median, atau standar deviasi. Tapi kalau yang kami pakai itu adalah sum of positive, sum of negative, dan perbedaan antara kedua ini. Oke Pak, silakan lanjut. Nah, ini dia. Nah, dari tadi itu, ini dia yang kita sebut dengan fitur. Ya, jadi fiturnya tadi itu kita ekstraksi, dengan pola seperti ini. Jadi di sini Anda boleh lihat ada satu yang contoh di bagian pojok kanan, pojok kiri atas itu ada 3 kan. Jadi yang paling kiri itu dia posisi untuk ini untuk untreated cell, berarti selnya tidak perlakuan kontrol. Jadi menit pertama, terus menit ke-80 dan menit ke-120. Jadi selalu ada 3. Jadi Anda boleh lihat itu selalu ada 3 polanya, ya. Jadi yang bagian kiri ini untuk sel yang tidak mendapat perlakuan atau kontrol, sel yang mendapat kontrol dengan hidrogen peroksida, dan yang di bawah ada sel dengan DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, dan yang paling bawah adalah saponin. Jadi ini yang kita sebut dengan fitur, ya, fitur. Oke, silakan dilanjut Pak. Nah, ini mungkin orang matematika tahu. Tadi hasil yang berupa fitur tadi itu kita bandingkan dengan yang gambar tadi, dengan hasil pengukuran dengan gambar untuk melihat perlakuannya yang kita sebut dengan Pearson correlation coefficient. Kalau koefisiennya positif berarti boleh dikata hasilnya sama antara yang gambar dengan yang saya pakai yang tadi fitur-fitur berwarna-warna, ya. Kalau hasilnya negatif berarti dia berlawanan, ya. Seperti itu kalau Pearson correlation. Jadi di sini boleh dilihat bahwa rata-rata semua positif, bahkan nilai maksimumnya 1. The maximum value is 1, ya. Jadi nilai maksimumnya 1 itu menandakan bahwa dia semakin dekat dengan yang kita bandingkan. Nah, apa yang tadi yang saya buat fiturnya itu sangat dekat dengan gambar yang saya ukur tadi, menandakan bahwa kedua pengukuran ini itu hampir sama. Paham maksudnya ya? Jadi hampir sama hasil pengukurannya. Jadi 0,9, jadi rata-rata hampir mendekati 0,9 bahkan. Walaupun ada yang negatif ya, tapi bisa kita abaikan. Oke, lanjut Pak. Nah, ini yang saya pakai, yang kami pakai itu kan yang tadi, yang pakai wavelet pakai transform dan sum of positive, sum of negative dan difference. Nah, bagaimana kita ya, ini kan selalu kita bertanya, lah bagaimana saya bisa yakin bahwa yang saya punya ini bagus. Jadi harus dibandingkan dengan yang lain. Harus ada pembandingnya. Nah, di sini kita bandingkan dia dengan metode lain. Di sini ada SFT, STFT, ada discrete wavelet dan ada juga wavelet pakai transform. Jadi kita bandingkan dengan 3 metode lain. Kalau metode lain itu menghasilkan fiturnya di atas 50-an, di sini yang kami pakai itu fiturnya hanya 36. Jadi jauh lebih rendah ya. Oh, di sini saya tulis 24 replicates of its toxin. Berarti 24 kali 3 tambah 24 lagi. 24 kali 3 berapa? 72 ya. Berapa? 24 kali 3 ya 72. Ya. Tambah 1 lagi yang kontrol berarti tambah 24 lagi. Ya, berarti selama itulah kali 3 saya melakukan percobaan. Kalau ya boleh dibayangkan. Selanjutnya Pak. Nah, ini juga terakhir, ini sudah mau selesai spores dan di sini ini confusion matrixnya. Jadi confusion matrix ini saya jelaskan satu saja ya, supaya lebih mudah, supaya bisa dipahami. Jadi macam di atas control cells. Control cells itu ada 18. Artinya control cells yang ditebak dengan control cells sesuai dengan apanya? Sesuai dengan kolomnya itu ada 18. Tapi control cells yang ditebak dengan cells plus hidrogen peroksida itu 0. Control cells yang ditebak dengan DMSO itu 1 dan control cells yang ditebak dengan saponin itu ada 5. Bisa dipahami? Bisa ya? Oke. Jadi seperti itu. Jadi ke bawahnya juga seperti itu. Seperti itu kelihatan. Jadi boleh dilihat yang paling susah dikenali itu Anda kira-kira apa? Yang paling susah dikenali kalau dari atas, yang paling susah dikenali kira-kira apa? Apa? Saponin. Saponin itu Anda boleh lihat rata-rata yang paling pertama saja hanya sel yang dikenal saponin paling atas yang dikenal sebagai sel saponin juga itu hanya 10. Yang lainnya dia dikenal yang lain-lain. Ya. Begitu juga dengan lain-lain. Hasilnya juga sama seperti itu. Jadi yang agak susah dikenali itu dengan saponin. Lanjut, Pak. Dan ini yang terakhir yang support vector machine. Ini metode lain atau teknik lain dalam machine learning. Ini prinsipnya beda tapi kita pakai fitur yang sama untuk melihat apakah bisa dibedakan dan alhamdulillah bisa dibedakan. Walaupun dengan akurasi yang tidak terlalu tinggi. Lanjut, Pak. Ini akurasinya di atas 60 ya, dibuat kurang lebih di atas 60% akurasinya. Tetapi ketika parameternya kita rubah, dia semakin turun dan semakin turun. Jadi biasanya kita lihat merubah-rubah parameter untuk melihat bagaimana akurasinya. Jadi di machine learning itu ada namanya hyperparameter yang bisa dirubah-rubah nilainya untuk melihat bagaimana akurasinya. Lanjut, Pak. Ini konklusinya. Dia bilang alhamdulillah. Jadi tadi konklusinya sebenarnya sudah saya sebutkan tadi bahwa dengan mungkin ada yang bertanya untuk apa diukur pakai begini Pak, kenapa tidak pakai mikroskop ya. Nah ini pengukuran dengan yang kita lakukan ini, yang kami lakukan itu sebenarnya ingin mencari alternatif kalau tidak mengukur pakai osiloskop, karena kalau pakai osiloskop itu agak jengah juga kita kalau melihat di osiloskop terus. Tapi kalau ini itu bisa kita lihat, kita bisa pantau selama 24 jam. Dan itu tidak ini pakai metode yang metode elektrik namanya. Kalau itu osiloskop itu namanya pakai visual. Kalau ini kita tidak lihat selnya. Jadi kita lihat secara elektrik saja, ya. Mungkin seperti itu. Silakan Pak, ini yang bagian terakhir barangkali. Lanjut lagi, enggak usah. Nah ini dia yang saya sampaikan, mungkin this is in line with what Professor Saki said before, that we should have interdisciplinary research. I would like to probably say that introduce my two supervisors. This is Professor Janis Kylie, is actually based on electronics subjects. And my second supervisor, Richard Laxton, is biology, from biology department. And Dr. Mokhtar Nibose is specialized in signal processing. And Dr. Xian Wang, orang Cina, this is Chinese people, he is a physician. He learned physics. So there are probably four people who have different subjects involved in this research. So I was surprised. I realized that what Professor Saki did before, that we need to have interdisciplinary research, because at the moment, if you learn, for instance, my experience, if I learn just electronics, I won't be able to see others. I won't be able to see, for example, the cells. When I was there, when I see the cells first times, I see, oh, it's incredible, because I've never seen that before. And when I was see the first time, I don't know how to say in English. Bulu-bulu saya berdiri. Oh, yang begini ternyata ya. Yeah. That's so what Professor Sagi said, that's very important. So you don't have to. Ini sama juga dengan Merdeka Belajar. Anda diberikan kesempatan untuk belajar, ya. Jadi diberikan kesempatan belajar terhadap ilmu-ilmu lain. Ya, saya pikir itu saja terakhir dari saya. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yasser Abdul Jawad, for the very insightful presentation. So before proceeding to the Q&A session, let me sum up a little bit the presentation from the three of the wonderful speakers. So Dr. Pawinda has presents her thought, her research about a policy about a fishery in Thailand, how the governments develop policies to tackle illegal, unregulated fishing in Thailand. The second speaker, Professor Zaki, has shared with us about the importance of research collaborations across multidisciplinary fields. So we need to collaborate with other disciplines outside of our major or our field to make innovations in terms of scientific knowledge and to further our understanding about the world. The last presenter, the last invited speaker, Professor Abdul Jawad, has shared with us about his research in biotechnology or bioengineering. I don't really understand about what he's saying, most of his presentation, but I think it's about cells and how to treat it with some substances, maybe for medical science applications. Okay, so let's proceed to the Q&A. Anyone wants to ask? Yeah, please, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, please. Please introduce yourselves and question for whom.
Okay, thank you for the change. First time, I want to thank you for the chance to me. And secondly, I want to apologize if my English is bad. And my question to Dr. Pawida. Looking at the data above, it can be concluded that there are still fishermen in Thailand who catch fish using tools that damage the marine ecosystem. One of them is fishing using trawls, which will obviously damage the ecosystem. As someone who knows the state of the sea in Thailand, what ways can you offer to reduce illegal fishing or fishing using tools that destroy the ecosystem, besides law enforcement and government police? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So what do we need to do to tackle the illegal fishing, unregulated fishing, maybe in Thailand? Yes. Yeah, please.
Okay. We talk about why they destroy
ecosystem.
Okay. You ask why the fishermen destroy to the natural resources because money. Yeah, because money. When maybe the fish, the small, they catch to sell. They don't care. They think the national resources, many or a lot. So they catch it. They catch to sell. It's half. They catch to sell. It's half. They think, oh, no to the loss, no to losses. So they catch and for money. They catch to sell and for money. Thank you.
Hope that answer your questions. Questions for Saki. Yeah, or you the middle. Yeah.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rizky Aditya and I am from the Educational Mathematics Department. So my question for Prof. Zaki is how to maximize interdisciplinary learning if we have never studied other relevant disciplines. For example, if I want to make research and development research, I want to make a 3D learning media for geometry material. Of course, I have to learn extra about some of the tools for making the media. So I just wanna ask maybe like tips and trick for how to maximize the learning process. Just it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for education purpose, maybe for teaching purpose. The issue is about the need for you with your friends, with other students that belong to other faculties. Yeah, that's the reason why, from my previous experience, because I'm from International Studies, Faculty of International Studies or School of International Studies, so. If let's say that I want to analyze certain rules or regulation or laws on fisheries, for example, and I'm not familiar with it, so usually I would contact my friends in the Faculty of Law to assist me so that we can do a joint projects or joint publication papers. So the important for you to not focusing so much on your Instagrams and your phones all the time. The need for you to engage and communicate outsiders, somebody that you do not know, in the bus, in train, and so forth. This is what we've been taught, to be honest with you, when we were small. At that time, we do not have any social media, phone, and so forth. But what we do inside a bus, inside a train, we talk to foreigners, actually, or outsiders that we do not know them. So that's when we can start some form of friendships and even establish a new networking with somebody that we do not know, and yet we share similar goals, similar aspirations, or similar knowledge, and so forth. So it is important for you to communicate. I think this is one of the critical aspects. The communication is not one way, meaning that you and your phone. You have to go and ask your friends from other faculties, talk to them. There's nothing wrong to know them, to know their families, and so forth. And who knows, one day you can collaborate, who knows. So to saya punya advice lah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Questions for Prof. Yasser? Any? Yeah, please. Yeah, yes, sure.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me to introduce myself. My name is Sabrina Putri Jayanti from Department of Chemistry. So I have a question for Professor Yasser Abdul Jawad, and my question is: are there any other reagents that can be used to identify cell other than hydrogen peroxide, dimethyl sulfur oxide, and saponin? And with what reagent is the fastest way to identify cell? Thank you. I think that's all. Big pleasure. Thank you so much.
Sorry, if I'm not wrong, the question is there any chemical liquid or something like that that apply to the cells that might be faster than what I have presented before? Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, other liquid, chemical liquid you mean, yeah? Yeah. There's another thing actually. The problem is what I've done actually is based on previous research. I cannot change anything with previous research because especially I'm not have experience with the chemical and biological. But what I have experienced with previous what I've done is that the concentration is quite different. For instance, I didn't show you that actually there are three concentrations for hydrogen peroxide: 100 micromolar peroxide and 500 micromolar peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, yeah, and 1,000 micromolar peroxide or 1 millimolar peroxide, hydrogen peroxide. Do you think which one is faster if I apply to the cells? Which one is faster? Which one do you think faster? Yeah, it's the same reagent, hydrogen peroxide, but different concentration. Which one do you think? 100 micromolar or 500 micromolar or 1,000 micromolar? Which one is faster, do you think? No, it doesn't. It didn't. The faster one is 500 micromolar. Probably when I got that experience, then I realized probably that's the reason why each doctor has their own concentration. If they put medicine, it doesn't mean that if you put it a lot and then the cells will be suddenly dead. No. What I have experienced that 500 micromolar hydrogen peroxide is faster than 1,000 micromolar hydrogen peroxide. But I don't know the others. The one I use is only 3, but probably there's others reagents. Is that sufficient for you? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. More is not always better. Yeah, more is not always better. Do we still have time for? Do we still have a prize for the Q&A? Yeah? Yeah, 3 more? No. Just 3. Okay. 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 I think this is the end of these sessions. Thank you very much for. Let's give applause to our wonderful speakers, Dr. Paweda, Professor Saki, and Prof. Yasser, for sharing with us about their work, their research, and about their insightful thought within their field. Thank you so much for attending this conference, for coming this conference. I think that's all for this session. I hand it over to our host, Ms. Chitra. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Please give once again a very round of applause for our invited speakers. And we would like to invite the chairman of this Natalis Universitas Negeri Makassar to give certificate of appreciation for our distinguished invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the 62nd chairman, the chairman of the 62nd anniversary of Universitas Negeri Makassar. Now we are giving the certificate of appreciation for Dr. Pawida Rungsi from Maijo University, Thailand, and also a miniature of Universitas Negeri Makassar. And the next is the certificate of appreciation for Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad from University Utara, Malaysia, Malaysia. And now we are giving the certificate of appreciation for Professor Yasser Abdul Jawa PhD from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Thank you very much for all our distinguished speakers. And now we will have a photo session with the invited speakers, and we would also like to invite the committee. Invite the committee. Bisa. Bisa. All right. And we would also like to invite the other invited speakers and also all committee to come to the stage for the photo session. Please come to the stage. We would like to invite all the invited speakers and also all the committee for a photo session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And this is the end session of the invited speaker session. we would like to deliver our sincere appreciation for all our distinguished invited speakers for sharing their knowledge and also to share a very insightful knowledge for us. And we do hope that this international conference can be a starting point to enhance future collaborations between researchers and also between academics joining in our international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your valuable participations during this event. And also, we would like to give the present for 3 students who already gave questions. Please come to the stage. And we would like to invite Professor Oslan Jumadi and Prof. Syafruddin and also Prof. Yahya to give the present for the students. Please come to the stage. Diinformasikan kepada mahasiswa peserta seminar yang sudah bertanya di sesi ketiga untuk maju ke depan untuk memperoleh hadiah dari panitia. Dengan hormat kami undang Ketua Disnatalis, Ketua Panitia, dan juga didampingi Profesor Oslan Jumadi untuk memberikan piagam penghargaan hadiah kepada peserta yang sudah memberikan pertanyaan yang sangat menarik dan berpartisipasi aktif selama kegiatan berlangsung. Please give a round of applause for all these winner. Let's say the winner. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our session this afternoon. And we will have parallel session for around 110 presenters. And we already provide the parallel room offline. The committee already shared in the group. So please, for all the presenters, come to the room. And for the participants, you can join any room that you are interested in. So you can listen to the presentation and you can ask questions through the room. And we also have online room for online presentations. So you may join offline presentations or online presentations. Thank you very much for your active participation during this conference, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.